Hi. Gonna get you guys up on the big screen like normal. Your channel. This is us. Hello, Cameron, Marlene, Stanley, Stacy, Line Cook Thor. Hello. Why'd you go away? That didn't work out at all. My channel. Mold the Bear Workshop. Let's do pop out chat. Hello. Christopher, Lucky, David, Larry, Mr. Spidey, Planet Awesome, Jason, Agostini, Nick, and Computer Eating Malware. Hello there. And now we make this bigger so my eyes can see it. All right. I may have missed some initial, I don't know, man. I have a magical gift for acquiring thumbs downs. That's what I do. So, since last we met, I've actually cleaned off some tables and stuff, and I'm getting the shop in better shape. I've got to move these two gravedigger dudes who are now haired out of the way. The more practice, they will work great. Were they inbred hands? Because sometimes that happens. Sometimes you get inbred hands. It's all fun and games to get inbred hands. Oh, okay. Hi. Pug. Everybody. Terry. Tammy. Hello. All right. Okay, so here we are, here we are. Hello, Junkyard Hooligans. Jordan. I guess gravediggers could become witches. They don't have very long faces, but there are like the short-faced hooded witches. It's possible. They are very crook-nosed, that's for sure. No power, Ross. Holy moly. Wow. Hello, Philip. And DM Cash, hello. The Grouch has love, yes. I'm waiting on a part to get the Grouch more up from where it is now. We will eventually have Shannon. Right now we don't have anyone. Right now it all rests on my shoulders right now. So I will screw it up. Possibly. These are busy bones that I snuck over here earlier. Because when the dogs come, I don't want them going crazy. Because they rifle through my drawers and look for things. You know, it's not the good kind of rifling through your drawers. So, I'm going to give them a busy bone when they get in the shop, and hopefully they'll focus on chewing that and then chill out. Okay, Nick, so when you do that, do two things. Powder the inside of the glove, and then mist water down in there. And the powder will absorb some of that water, and that'll make the foam kick. It works a treat, okay? So that'll work no problem. Well, what kind of molds you trying to make, Tammy? Bill Bachelor, good deal. I'm alone for now, but Shannon's going to come later. For the record, Logan, your little screen image is super creepy. Hooray! Line Cook Thor's app updated. You're trying to make molds out of clay, or are you making molds out of plaster? Hello, Hugo. Brandon. You guys don't want to watch the back of my head stare at a TV all night. Maybe you do. I'm often in wonder at what you guys are willing to watch. So, here we go, here we go. Yeah, I saw that, Logan. That's pretty nice and creepy. You did a good job. I don't know about masterclass. Well, I'm going to make a mold tonight, so I'm going to mold the bear. It's a two-piece mask mold. Let's mold it. It's possible you're doing something wrong. Okay. Yes. See a new white tabletop. We'll destroy it in the course of the evening. All right. I'm wearing open-toed shoes in the shop, and I shouldn't, but it's just me, so I figure it'll be all right. The bear will become a stilt suit, yes. Tonight I'm going to mold the bear. I'm going to make a mold of the bear. The crumpus is not entirely finished, but it's mostly finished. Mostly. See, I have a cord reel in the ceiling, and that's what I plug the camera into because it can go anywhere in the room. But, yeah. So, all right, so this table that you just mentioned, don't throw a screwdriver at my feet. All right, so this is actually an office credenza from like the 50s that no, 60s, it's from the 60s. It's an office credenza from the 60s that I put on, I made a frame for it underneath, and then I put 4 good casters on it. So now this is my movable work table anywhere in the shop. It works out pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, so we're going to mold the bear. Can you have a peek of the crumpets? You can. Looks like this. That's what it looks like. Everything is set on it aside from adding hair. Very specific to want to throw a screwdriver at my hand. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Kiss fan, I like that you said, that looks so amazing, question mark. Maybe it looks like crap, I don't know. You just have to work on your shop if you don't think it's as cool. My shop isn't always this cool. Sometimes, a lot of times my shop is full of crap. And you just have to pare your crap down and figure it out. Okay, this is, I think that'll work for mold walls. Taking the plastic off of the bear over here so that when I move it, I'm not moving plastic. this is definitely a bear. Okay. We have a bear. He's good and moist now because remember I put those liquid into the wet rags in with him. And if I do, if you guys can see the TV and I'm looking at the camera, then I can't see the TV. So I have to change it to where the camera is near the TV, right? Right? Because right now I can't read your comments because they're behind me. I'm not good at this. I've only been filming stuff for like 12 years. Yes, the jaw will be a miracle mold. Oh, sorry guys. Good thing I got drawers on. All right. How's that? There we go. Now, if we do this, you do not hit my feet. Yes, that is the back piece I made for the gill man. Okay, but now you guys can't see what I'm seeing because you're looking at the back of what I'm seeing. Oh my, this is so complicated. Why do people film anything? It's so hard. I need a camera person. I need my wife here to read comments. I need a camera person. This should be just simple. Yes, luckily there were no water buffalo sightings today, as of yet. At least not on camera. Logan, I hope you're the cameraman. Well, I didn't call. We'll figure it out. We'll see how we do. It's hard to get latex in Cincinnati, but you're in Ohio, and Ohio is where Chemionics is. They're in Talmadge, Ohio, and then in I don't know where Monster Makers is. I don't know what town, but Monster Makers is also in Ohio, and yeah, you have a lot of good plaster places. There are good plaster places in Columbus. Yeah, see, now it's going to get complicated. It's going to be weird. I don't want it to be complicated. All right, I need a wire. I need a wire cutting tool. I need to find my sculpting tools. Now, see, this is not a clean table because normally I don't show this side of the shop. Brandon, thank you for $5, sir. I appreciate it. You are very kind. Hello, wife. Hello. I'm going to set you up over there. Give me a moment to accommodate my wife. Say hi to everybody.
Hi, everyone.
Is that enough room?
Yeah.
And here, take this chair. This way, she has a desk. I'm giving her Stacy's desk. So now she is sitting where Stacy normally sits. Yes.
Do you have a busy bones then?
Shipping is always expensive. I do have busy bones. Let's.
That will keep them busy.
Hey. You guys want a treat? Sit. That's pretty good doggos. Okay. Cheney. Bella. No, Cheney. Boris. Bella. Okay, go to your busy bone. Okay. See, now they have something to focus on for a little bit. Bella's doing great. Her eye looks much better today. She had kind of a Frankenstein eye there for a little while, but it got better. So So that's good. That's what I was looking for, a little piece of wire. Looks like a garrote. Thank you guys. Now, wife, you are here, so I'm off comment duty.
Did you read, Mr. Sons? I've been following you for a long time.
No.
You're amazed. Your amazing idea inspired me to do projects that I'm really proud of. Greetings from Portugal.
Hooray, Portugal. That's awesome. Thank you.
Junkyard Hooligans just got 10 gallons latex
Nope.
early this week, and the shipping always so much.
Yeah, but a bucket of latex is heavy, man. I don't even blame them. That's what I would charge to drive latex to somebody's house.
Bella can't get through the dog door.
No, Bella cannot get to the dog door. She just rams her head against it because she has that cone on, and she does not care about the structural integrity of that cone. I will tell you that.
What are you making tonight?
Tonight I am making, we're going to mold the bear that I sculpted, last week? Something like that? When did I make this bear, honey? Yeah. So whenever I sculpted this bear, we're going to mold the bear. And now, I am...
was lost without you. You even showed us his shorts.
Well, you know what? Had I been wearing looser shorts, we could have had problems. I would have violated YouTube's terms of service because the camera fell on the ground and they got like an up short shot.
Oh my God.
But luckily, this go round, I had on some drawers. In Black Lagoon Latex, I like their stuff. One of my friends who used to work for another company that I bought from, he now works for Black Lagoon Supply, and I like their stuff. So yeah, I might get 5 gallons from them in the future. It's just so easy for me right now because I get it from Biddy, who is pretty close by.
I bought your haunt acting DVDs and haunt design DVD from your store. Looking forward to getting them.
Awesome. When did you buy those?
I started to try to go through the door, but didn't want to call her out. Logan K. Okay, I buy Black Lagoon Latex. Are you reading the questions?
I'm not reading anything. Okay. There we go. What I'm doing right now, guys, is there's a bit of a gap between
I see you.
the sculpture and the table because the sculpture used to be on a Lazy Susan. It used to be on a Lazy Susan. Now it is not on a Lazy Susan, so I don't want the plaster to go underneath of that gap, so I'm just going to fill it in. And once again, I'm going to do the exercise of just trying to make the mold as thin and light as possible. That's a good exercise to do because I want Monster Camp folks to have lighter molds. We kind of got a little beastly with our molds during Monster Camp. And if I get in the habit of making a nice light mold, hopefully I'll pass that on to folks. I can do this, but I'm not perfect. I learn all the time. And if you see me doing something, odds are, there's like an 80% chance I'm just winging it and hoping for the best. The difference is I have a little bit of experience, so when I'm winging it hopefully in an effective manner. But I'm a big fan of winging. I'm not a fan of what I call paralysis by analysis. So now I can change the camera because I feel like we communicate better if you can see my head. You can't see my head.
People only go to Monster Camp once and they keep coming back.
Well, we haven't had a ton, but there are people who say that they want to come back.
We've already got one person who has.
Yeah, one guy has really expressed interest in coming back.
No, he is coming. He's already paid. So
Oh.
we do have a repeat.
Okay, so we have at least one repeat.
So Logan, the answer is yes. People come back for more.
And you know what? It's not a bad thing to kind of get a refresher, I think. And if I know you've been once already, boy, I'm going to push you that second time. I'm pretty lenient the first time around, but I will definitely push people that second time.
Very sweet, Warren.
What more to say?
Come back just for the food.
Yeah, the food is good. I'm not going to lie. I look forward to Monster Camp because I eat so good.
I'd like to make it to Monster Camp sometime.
Well, come on. Who said that?
Junkyard Hooligans. Alan, what would you say is a good beginner's buying checklist for someone that wants to make their own garage shop for costume prop making?
There just isn't one. There isn't like a checklist for that. Well, I think what I said was Tuesday night, I'm going to do a shop tour for you guys. That means I got to get it cleaned up, and then we'll do a shop tour on Tuesday night. So if you can watch Tuesday night, it'll also be recorded, and it'll show up after the live broadcast, like all of these do. So what we'll do is I'll label that shop tour so that you guys can see. Now we're going to do other stuff too, but I will start with the shop tour on Tuesday. And that should be right about 7 o'clock. And Stacy, what are you doing Tuesday? Because I will probably need someone to read comments.
What is that surface on the work table?
It's like a tile board. It's like an MDF tile board without cuts in the tile. This stuff. I have these pre-cut already for all of the rolling tables. I just haven't cleaned them off to put these on them yet.
I can picture the white bear being led through a queue line by Jack Frost or Krampus.
Yeah, with a Coca-Cola sweater on or something.
Say hello, weird kid.
Hello, weird kid.
Getting a new shop this week. I'm so excited.
You are? That's awesome.
It's a great house spawns.
So now my sculpture goes all the way down to the table. That's going to make molding easier. That's good. I'm not going to keep all of this as mask, okay? So now I'm going to mark a line where I'm going to cut that off.
Where is Monster Camp and how do I join?
White, you're up.
Tammy, I'll post a link here in just a moment. Monster Camp's a 3-day weekend mask making workshop that we host right here in the shop. Hang on just a second.
Yeah, so it's going to be here in Texas, scenic Quinlan, Texas. The scenic part of that was a joke. But you'll be too busy to see stuff anyway.
We are in.
Yeah, we are in the country. It's kind of like a dry erase board, yes. Okay, so that's good. Let's get some pledge on this bear. Let's start with getting some pledge on it so I don't forget it.
Next year, this is Weird Kid. Next year I'm going to make it to Monster Camp even if I have to come in a biohazard suit.
Yeah, we tried to make it happen this year, didn't we? This has been a weird.
We just moved it to summer.
We did. We slid it back a little bit.
Still not seeing Frankenstein's monster on the site.
let me talk to my web developer, and I'll have a stern conversation with my web developer and the person who takes care of my website, and then I'll make sure it happens soon.
Boy, you better tell that person what for.
I will. Don't you worry. I'm not going to hold back.
Wow.
Not
You're
me.
being business.
Write them a strongly worded letter.
Are you gonna do that?
No. That's a lot of writing. All right. So it's a secret about this sculpture time, okay? The bust that is on looks up. So the neck actually has a crick in it, kind of like that. So if I do my mold wall straight down, you know what? I don't think it'll lock. I bet it's fine.
I used to use paper plates to put my paint in, and after seeing you just put it on your table, I'm not going to lie, so much easier and it dries.
Yeah, and then you can normally just peel it off if you don't have like 10,000 layers there. I'm a simple creature. I want to do things the simplest way possible. And plus, I mean, how many paper plates do I go through? So I am cutting this clay about 3/4 of an inch thick, maybe an inch thick. This is going to be a mold wall that I'm making here. Making pieces for a mold wall. And the mold wall is going to cut the sculpture in half so that I can mold the back half first. Let's remember that. I'm going to mold the back half first. What does that mean? It means I'm on the wrong side already. Because you want to look at the front of the sculpture. So I always set up looking at the front of the sculpture, but I want to mold the back half first. Stanley, you're too kind. I caught that one because it made a big orange bar. Thank you very much.
Stanley, or are you the Stanley who we are sending a grouch to?
He asked about the grouch earlier, so yes.
Great, okay. Hugo from Brazil says the Holiday Inn Hotel looks very good.
Okay, he's already searching it out. Now I am going to be fighting gravity a little bit because this here, when I paint plaster on, it's going to want to fall off. So I just have to kind of just be diligent about it. I'm not worried about keeping the ears in one side or the other because these are going to be pretty easy to clean out. What I'm doing is I'm running my fingers along the ear like a pinch, all right? And I'm feeling how thin it is. If the middle was really thin and the back here was really thick, that would mean that I would have a hard time getting clay out of there. Because I have to pull this clay through this thin spot. So I'm going to start on the back side of the mold. I'm going to mold this half first, and then I can lay it down, and then gravity is going to help me get all the detail of the face.
I haven't bought an airbrush yet, so I just use normal acrylic paint to try to seal it, but it chips so bad. This time I'm going to mix some latex with it so it wants to stick better.
You really need latex in your paint. Your mask stretches, your paint has to stretch. And truthfully, your paint is on the outside of the mask. It has to be stretchier than the mask. Normally that's not too bad of a problem because it's so thin. Bella, how can I help you? This is Bella. She's wearing the cone of shame. Just needs some attention.
Be careful how stern you talk to your web developer because I believe she also cooks your meals.
Hey now, listen. I know how to handle my business. She does. She does cook all the meals.
Hello, Horror Beauty. Working on the bear, I see.
Yeah, we're gonna mold the bear tonight. So I have a minor question for you folks, because I named this, like I have to give every broadcast a name, I have to, and I named this Mold a Bear Workshop. Do people just not read and just click on it? Is that what's happening? That's fine if that's the case. And I'm kind of getting an idea of the shape of the head, and I'm filling that negative space.
My email came through and it said, "We're molding a bear." My son jumped when I yelled, "Yes, mold a bear."
Who said that?
That was Rachel Powell.
That's funny. I'm excited about the bear too, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it's a bear, hello.
Good question. How do you run Go HBFX?
What?
Lucky, is that for us? Sorry. Sure.
Can you read it to me again?
Good question. How do you run Go HBFX?
I don't understand the question. Perhaps I'm not smart enough.
Do you use a tool to figure out if you're perpendicular to the sculpture when you are adding the wall?
Yes, the tool that I use is my eyes. Every now and then I will take a tongue depressor that I just cut the end off of flat, and then I'll put it in here and I'll see how close to a 90-degree corner I am. I'll see how close I am. But as long as you're pretty good, I don't want to make any razor blades of plaster. Like I've got a little bit of a cave right here, and when I mold this half, the plaster is going to go in there, and that's going to be a sharp spot. So I have to be careful, you know.
Where do you purchase your clay?
I got this clay from Bitty Mold Supply, Brick in the Yard Mold Supply. There's also Trinity Ceramic here in my area. So you probably have options as to where you can get clay. Plaster is a little harder to find.
Okay. Lucky this one was asking how hard Beauty's running it.
Okay.
Sometimes everybody's having a conversation in the same room. Good day, guys. I'm running late at Steam, so I've enjoyed watching every night. Better than Netflix. That's Jesse Papa Bear.
That is very kind of you. Thank you. That was Bella making a noise.
I don't read the title. I just see the red dot in your face, and I grab my popcorn.
Hooray! That's fine too.
Do you use wet clay?
Yes, this is wet clay.
Sure glad we had that cone on. Check it.
Yeah. All right, guys. I gave you a busy bone so you'd be calm for a while. Fail. Don't know what you got till it's gone. Well, it's a little warmer in here than I thought. I might turn on the other one. When I originally turned them on, they're on timers. So I turned it on only for a certain amount of time.
Today was their first warm day, so.
Happy birthday to the ground. You know what? That actually helps me because now I can see. And I want to kick this mold wall back this way a little bit.
Worst part of mask making.
It can be. It certainly can be. I think once you get the feel for it, it's not too bad. But it is a pain in the butt. I'm not gonna lie to you. I have a secret weapon though that I use. It's Q-tips.
You use a foam head for an armature to sculpt. What do you use? Do you use a whole block of clay?
Well, inside of this one is actually a plaster head. So this is a plaster bust of me that's in here. And that's what I use a lot of the time to make masks. I have a large head, so masks made on my head form will fit a lot of people.
How thick is that wall?
3/4 of an inch to an inch.
The gallon's just a little big on the side though.
What's that?
Because I think Allen's a little big on the side though. He's a little wider than an inch.
Maybe. I mean, it doesn't hurt it to be a little wider. But that's about where I want to be, is 3/4 of an inch to an inch. If it goes to an inch and a half, it goes to an inch and a half. I have a slab thing where you put it down and it gives you perfect 3/4 of an inch slabs. I'm not too worried about it.
Orbs versus bellows. I've always been curious since the first time I saw you use a clay wall for a mold. How much does the clay wall affect the size of the mold in the end?
Well, you're going to build your mold out to the edge of your clay wall. So if you build a clay wall that's 3 inches, well, you're going to have it's going to make a bigger mold. So I'm pretty careful about that. I want the wall to be stable, so I'm going to be brushing against it. And remember, this side, I'm fighting gravity. The advantage that I have on this side is that there's no detail really over here. I got lumps, but I don't have a lot of detail. So I'm not worried about catching a lot of fine detail, but I am worried about gravity peeling it away from the wall. So I'm going to have to be pushing it against that wall quite a bit. So I want the wall to be good and stable. And if I did a thinner wall, I'd have to make little wedges on this side to hold the wall up and give it more support, little buttresses. So I don't have to do that. If I don't have to do that, then I don't want to do that. Because the more you do, the bigger the chance that you're going to affect your sculpture. And I am very blessed because a lot of this is going to be covered in hair. Everywhere that I am putting up wall right now is just going to be covered in hair. So I have an advantage. Advantage.
Say hello to Scott.
To who?
Scott Creighton.
Hey, Scott.
Is this going to be a moving jaw mask?
Yes, I'll have moving jaw versions.
One time I saw a guy make a mold without a wall. It worked. It seemed to be
Well, it depends on how it was molded. There are ways to mold without a wall. There's also ways, if you're doing a one-piece mold, you know, you could do it that way, sure.
You really won't even have to clean up the seam line.
That's true because of all the hair. I'll have to clean it a little bit, but not a lot.
Also, the wall helps to guide you in the thickness of your plaster.
It does. If you know where your wall is and stuff, keep track of those things. Yes. Remember I said I use that cutoff tool here? Just keeping that wall. Here is a secret weapon, okay? Come a little bit closer. Secret weapon. These are wooden Q-tips. Wooden handled, wooden middled Q-tips. Cutting them off so they're a little bit stabby. I'm leaving one head on, I'm cutting the other head off. I just started doing this, I don't know, maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago, and I love it. It works very good.
Jerry Collins says hello.
Hello, Jerry Collins. I did not count out how many I need. I'm just going to kind of do a bunch. So now what I've made is like a pin. And I can literally stab that sucker through the wall and into the sculpture, and that's going to help keep my wall in place. Now, does it make a little tiny hole in the sculpture? Yeah. Does it firm up my mold wall quite a bit? Yeah. I'm saying it's worth it. Having molded about 2,000 of these suckers, this is nice. Okay, let's hit this again. I'm just doing the same thing now on the other side. It's all fun and games till you get a Q-tip lodged somewhere it shouldn't be.
Say hello to Robert White.
Hello, Robert White. And the wall that wants to kind of peel away, well, now you're pinning it in place. Hooray. And you can push in pins both directions if your mold wall is thick enough. And then when they go in, they kind of cross, and you really have a solid anchor for this wall. This wall's going to stay in place now. I'm not worried about this wall going anywhere. One of the worst things that can happen is you're painting up your mold and the wall falls off. Oh, and it's happened to me.
Have you ever squeezed the devil out of some soft clay to relieve stress and just enjoy the feeling of squeezing clay with your fingers?
No. But I have taken off my shoes where there's carpet and made toe fists. That's pretty awesome. I learned that from the movie Die Hard. Now, I do not have any room up here. This wall has to go back to here, which is the highest point on the head. I scraped down so much. Yes, Laura, I'll send you a video. That popped up right in front of my face.
Right in front of your face.
So, like right here is the plaster head.
They can't see.
Oh. right here is the plaster head. So if I did the wall this way, and the highest point on the head was actually back here, then this plaster is going to cause an undercut and grab onto this and not come off. So I have to make sure that the wall goes back to here. But bears, their eyes are much higher up on their head, so I scraped down as much of this as I could. It's going to be a challenge for me now. Okay. Doggos, chill outos.
You always mold wall of longitude size. Is it possible to mold latitude?
No, because where the undercuts are on the face, you can't. If you put a ton of clay on it, you could, but at that point you could just make a bucket mold and not have any mold walls. This being longitude, this being latitude. The clay I'm using for my wall, this is a bag that's been around a while. So I actually, I think that the clay I'm using for my wall is as stiff or stiffer than the clay that is, making up the sculpture. Remember, I've got to come out to the top of it. So I put that on straight, and now I've got to bend it back a little bit. I'm just using this stick to mark where I think it ought to be cut. I have to worry about that. Like, if you look here, here's how much I have. Watch this going in. Ooh. Okay, right there, here's how much clay I've got. I've got that much. Okay, that's how much clay I have there. If I just go here, here's how much clay I have. Doop. That's it. Like I have almost no clay right there. So I have to be very careful and make sure that it is doing what I want.
Did Mike and his wife head back home? That was so cool to have a guest conjure on, but nothing beats the original.
You know what? Bart and Michael have a very popular, they had a very popular YouTube channel themselves. I'm glad to see they're starting it again. And it was good to have Michael on. First, he's just a good friend, and it's good. We're all isolated, you know what I mean? Right now, I haven't seen a lot of people, so it's such a blessing when someone like Stacy has to come by for work. Somebody like Michael has to come by for some work stuff. Yeah. And one could, of course, argue, Alan, how necessary is anything that you do? You make monsters for a living. You're right. You're absolutely right. That is certainly a way to look at it.
Do you know any good ways to make skin-colored paint? I want to try my mask making it light, like he was burned or had acid burned on it.
Okay, so what I do is I go to Home Depot and I put my arm up against all of the paint samples that they have at Home Depot. And then I say, give me a quart of this when I find one that matches. It can be that simple. Don't make it harder than that. If you like to put down the lightest possible tone first, then match the paint card to your belly. My assumption being that you don't have a very tan belly. And if I'm wrong, there's no need to prove it to me. I believe you.
I think we all consider what you're doing very essential.
In a way it is. I mean, I'm trying to help with sanity, you know.
Gotcha.
I think if the other dogs went out the dog door and Bella won't fit.
They're all in here. She just wants in.
Okay.
Almost done with this cover book, girl.
Yeah, we are 6 days in to the her collar being on her. And it's supposed to stay on for 10. You will note I use the word supposed to, because we're going to see if it'll make it. And see, I've got a little corner up here. This is where I didn't waste all that time playing Tetris Mom. I was preparing myself for future work. Yeah, see how that just fits in there? All right. Actually, my mom never really yelled at me for playing video. I didn't really even play that much video games. I played Dragon Quest on Super Nintendo, and I would stay up way too late playing that, trying to beat it, and I did.
Rather not lift my shirt in the Home Depot paint aisle. Whatever it takes for the right paint color, I guess.
Just like wear a midriff top, you know, like have an exposed midriff. As long as you're wearing a mask, you're fine.
When will you start making a new mask?
Hello, Jones. Wednesday night, I will be able to sculpt a new mask because this guy is going to get molded today. So Wednesday night, we will be voting on what we're sculpting. And this, honey, do you know the name of the bear mask? You weren't here that day.
Grizzlor.
Grizzlor, L-O-R-E, which I think is a wonderful name.
Stacy says, Orange.
Yes, he is very needy.
Alan, keyword to it all is you do it for a living.
Well, yes.
Bear's favorite drink is Goldilocks Bloody Water. Everybody saying hello to Jonesy.
Jonesy's our orange Halloween kitty, named after the cat from Aliens.
He's a ginger cat.
I'm now looking for a wire loop tool. I think most of my wire loop tools are over there. I'm going to grab one.
What are the best horror movie cats?
Number one, Church from Pet
I
Cemetery.
knew you were going to say
That's
that.
that's the first horror movie cat that you have to be aware of.
It's terrifying.
Really good horror movie cat. So yeah, so that's a good one. That's number one. And then there are others. Hold on, I'm finding a tool. Let's see, horror movie cat.
You got a good Jonesy.
Yeah, there's Jonesy in Aliens. He is also a very good cat.
Cat that killed the troll in Cat's Eye.
Yes, Cat's Eye. Wasn't there one called Sleepwalkers too? That was a Stephen King, or where they were cats attacked them. You know.
It's 10 a.m. and some guy is wearing a shark head mask and a midriff rubbing paint swatches on his stomach. I don't get paid enough for this Home Depot employee. To make skin colors, I mix equal parts red, blue, and yellow paint. That makes a brown color. Add white till it gets to the skin tone you want.
Yeah, that sounds hard. I make Home Depot do it. They have machines.
when does you guys stay-at-home order get lifted? Ours is tomorrow, and I'm so excited. I'm going to see all my friends at village stores for supplies. Maybe even at Home Depot.
I think ours is May 20th still, right, honey?
That was the last I heard.
Yeah, May 20th is the last that I heard. And right now it's May what?
Today's the 3rd.
Yeah, today's May 3rd. So, yeah.
I only recommend this if you can't find a pre-made one that you like. Church, that's my cat.
Hooray!
Otis. Otis the cat? At the end of your video, could you please put a link or the names again for those places here in Ohio for latex and clay? And thank you.
They are Chemionics. I don't know that I'll remember that. Chemionics in Talmadge, Ohio. Chemionics. Now it's time for you to do the work. I did the work to learn it. Now you got to write it down. Chemionics in Talmadge, Ohio. Screamline Studios is also in Ohio, and they have latex. And Monster Makers is in Ohio, and they have latex. You have Ohio. Ohio is like latex mecca. Lots of latex in Ohio.
Okay, the Pouncing Dragon says the Uninvited had a decent horror cat. I thought I was the only person who knew about the Uninvited. Love that movie.
Uninvited.
Yeah, it's the 40s, it's black and white, it's very old, but it's so classic and so great. And they do have a kitty. And yes, thank you, somebody knew that movie.
Okay, I have very sporadic keys in this because the ears are stopping me from getting to where I would want to go to make keys. And I'm going to tell you that my ears are a little short, and I'm going to fix my ears after the fact. I'm considering even just cutting the ears off and then just putting ears on after, like I do with all the werewolf masks. And that might let me change up the ears and their position, whether it's forwards or backwards. What do you guys think? Should I cut off the ears and do it like I do the werewolf masks? I like having that kind of flexibility to change the sculpture. Or do you think I should leave them on and potentially lock myself in to having this style of ear every time?
Move the ears.
I'm feeling, now I have led you to that decision, I'm not going to lie, but yes.
Saying cut the ears, chop them.
You guys have seen me all do the werewolves multiple times, so. And this will also allow me, if I want to do like an actuated ear that moves a little bit with a servo, I have enough room back here to hide a servo in. If I put a foam helmet and then the mask on, I've got room in here for a servo, and the ears could move and wiggle a little bit. And that's kind of exciting. So let's just take a moment and fix this sculpture. It does. Maybe not, certainly I might try laid back ears and see how they do. But a friend of mine, Christine, pointed out, yeah, your ears are a little bit short, because she showed me a dead bear she's got in her fridge. I don't ask a lot of questions. And the ears were a little short. So, but this way I'm not worried. This will also keep my mold size down, which is nice. And it gives me options later. I love options. I also love a rainy night. I love a rainy night. I love a rainy night. Okay, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 7 keys. That's enough. My Q-tips are on, and they are holding the wall in place really well. I have 0 right there, and I have more here. That tells me that this is probably my high point where the wall is. I have a good bit there. I have more there. Perfect. A little bit there. About the same and more. Okay, so I think we're good. I'm not worried now about a lock, because I have the very highest point is where this wall is, because there's really very little clay there. Hope you guys understand why that makes me nervous. I also might be able to do one where like the top of the bear's head is removed and you can see the skull, like the bear from the lady who played the new Princess Leia that wasn't Princess Leia, Amidala. Natalie Portman, she's in a movie and it's got a monster bear in it and there's radiation. Now you have to do all of the research yourself because I watch a lot of movies.
Annihilation.
What?
Annihilation.
Yes, that is the bear movie. Who said that? Okay, they get 20 points. What do the points do? I just made those up. Okay. That is lots of pledge on there. That pledge has to dry. While it's drying, we're going to do something else important. I shall return it.
What does the pledge do?
The pledge is going to be a release agent from the clay to the plaster, so that the pledge is going to help the clay peel away from the plaster mold.
Does it have to be lemon?
Does it have to be what?
Lemon.
No, I have orange pledge over there also. If I were not on an Atkinsy diet right now, or keto, I guess, what they call the same diet now, then I would have gotten a ginger Sprite and put rum chata in it. Delicious, I think. I am going to go ahead and pledge this side of the bear. Pledge your bear. Dun, 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 dun. Josie just gave me a look. Did not like that bout of singing. We're going to grab Vaseline. We're going to Vaseline his eyeballs.
What is a buttery jack?
It is a type of burger at Jack in the Box. Jack in the Box is a chain that we have here in Texas. There's so much eyelid exposed on this bust. I'm actually just going to put some clay over them.
Ginger Sprite, did not even know that was a thing.
A viewer told me about it, and I bought some because when they told me, I put it on my Alexa shopping list. And then she reminded me to get it when I went to a Walmart. I have my list set up so when I go to like Home Depot, it says, get these things. You're at Home Depot. Which is very cool. Now I have a little bit of Vaseline. Okay. I'm looking. I want to see if I forgot anything. I don't think that I did. I want to put my clay away so it doesn't go bad. And that came out of the bag. I have a different bag right here.
Has keto been hard to do? How long?
No, I like meat and stuff. I've pretty much been on it, like for real, starting in December. It's not too hard for me. I do like bread, but the hardest part is sugar. As long as I have something sweet that I can eat every now and then, that helps me. But just eating meat all day, I can handle that.
Can you show us the eyes on camera?
Yes. They won't look interesting now because I put globs of clay over them. Before, you could see the fold of the plaster and all that in here, and I just covered it with a little bit of clay.
Vaseline, what did it do?
The Vaseline is going to keep the plaster from sticking to the plaster because the bust is made of plaster, and I'm going to put plaster on to make the mold.
Some studies show sugar is as addictive as nicotine.
I have a hard time with it. I'm a fatty in fat pants.
I crave potatoes.
You know what? I like potatoes. I love mashed potatoes, but I could do without them, and I can.
Dead dogs.
The dogs, they do sack out. Like a doggy Jonestown over there.
Which marks in the eyes show you where to cut the eyes out later?
Oh, it's just like all around the eye. I make a very definitive line. There's a very definitive line in this sculpture, in all of mine, because I know it's going to be a mask. Like right here, right around there. That's going to get cut. That's going to get cut. And on the other side too. Okay.
Vaseline is released so the plaster will not stick to the table or any of the bust left showing.
Correct. That is what Vaseline does. And someone might have asked that. I don't know if I answered.
Sweet potatoes are my jam. What do you happen, Mojo? I love them.
Okay. Oh, all right. Let me get this out of the way. I don't really need this now. And out of the way just means other side of the table.
Stacy says they're having sweet potatoes and steak tonight.
Well, that sounds awesome. And we're going to try and get away with just pledge as the release on the table. Normally I put Vaseline down, but also normally my table is funkier than this. I think just having the pledge down will do the trick. So my molding table is not this one. This is my free floating table.
Also some killer mushrooms, which I will bring to our official out of quarantine potluck, says Stacy.
Hooray! We're having an out of quarantine potluck.
I
We're gonna-
said use the Vaseline on monster clay before I mold. Make a mold, and 95% comes right out.
Man, I hate monster clay. I probably shouldn't say that, but it's so hard to get out of a mold. And I don't like putting Vaseline on the sculpture because what if that clogs the pores of the plaster? It can. And then your plaster won't wick latex. Yeah, monster clay is a very good out of mold, a plaster mold if you don't. Okay, so let me show you a trick.
Ezekiel says, plus pledge disguised as kids' pups.
Okay.
Monster clay firm is great and useful.
It is reusable, and that's good. That won't stop plaster chunks from getting in it, so that's why I don't reuse wet clay normally, is because plaster chunks get in it. So see how I am accordioning this? Because I want pieces that are about this size of this square. So I'm going to accordion this back and forth.
Don't worry, Alan, there's lots of things I hate that people love. Jonesy the cat seems to be very present, says he did.
Yes, when me and Shannon are in here, more of the animals take an interest in coming in the shop. It becomes the happening place to be. All right, so that's plenty. That's going to be plenty.
Can you still use the clay after pledging?
You could, yes. All right. So now I could cut all these loops over here and cut all these loops over here, or I could just cut this right down the middle. And I'm going to have all these pieces will be exactly the size that I want. Except for a couple that are a bit smaller that were the front and back piece.
I seem to get more work done while watching you than all day by myself.
Good.
Bear has a nice heritage. I have to ship my wet clay where I live, so I use monster clay so I can use it.
Gotcha.
Where do you get your burlap rolls? They are perfect size for both.
Okay, well this was actually a long roll from the garden section of Home Depot, and then I just cut it with a knife into little pieces this size. And then I can make what I need.
Screen gets plaster chunks on microwave and string.
That's true, and that's harder to do with the wet clay.
Say a little big dog.
Hey, big dog, good to see you on.
Cal 30, house sale that in Iowa or around the states.
I would have to look, but look for ceramic supply stores. You want to find a ceramic supply store.
This is little Laney. Hi, Laney Williams.
Hello. I'm going to get myself some water now for plaster.
Hopefully none of your wife's kitchen knives. Logan, no, but don't think I don't. Take inventory and watch. I can frisk him down sometimes because I know he'll try. What is the price on a sculpting bust?
Plan to spend about $100. If you want like a Ed Head from Monster Makers, or a David Mosher sculpting bust from Mosher Effects, both of those are good. Yeah. Plan on about $100. I price my full-size heads at $120 because I don't want to sell a lot of them. It's a lot of work moving around things, you know.
Thank you so much for sharing this video. It's mesmerizing. By the way, I'm about to create a latex and expanding foam bust from an ultra-cal mold. Any recommendations for latex and/or expanding soft foam? Thank you.
Any features like if it has a long nose, or if it has a long nose, or if it has like a real deep chin, that foam can actually lock in there really good. So what I do is I take like Walmart bags, plastic bags, and I'll shove them down in there because they're real crushable, but they will also give you enough where you can mold it or whatever you have to do to it. So you can control the density by putting in those plastic shopping bags in areas that you think might lock. And then you use less expanding foam, which is expensive, and it will keep it from locking into that mold. Okay. I'm going right over here.
I would say what I am working right now is supposed to be one thing, but it totally looks like something else.
Okay.
Jamie, I'm not opposed to putting in decoy knives. But he will try. Hello, Buddy Geeks.
Hey, Buddy
I can't
Geeks.
send guests to your kitchen to steal your stuff, Shannon, so I think you're safe. For now, Michael.
Trying to find a way.
But he has sent many an unsuspecting new shop monkey who didn't know any better because he knew he could. Thank you, Ben the Butcher. Did you say thank you?
Ben the Butcher. Hello, Ben the Butcher. It is going very well. Thank you very much for your super chat. I appreciate it. My plan for that amount of super chat money is to buy myself a pizza as soon as I go off keto the next time. When I eat my pizza, I will thank you.
I think you should go to the laser cut.
And I am trying to save up for a large laser cutter here for the shop. Obviously, I have some Transworld money I did not make, and I have to kind of work through. So I have to work on that. But as soon as that's done, I'll be focusing on getting a laser cutter.
I'm keto, can't eat pizza.
Well, I can't either right now, but I won't be keto forever. Now, you know what? In some variety, I kind of will be, but I'll take breaks. Give myself a pizza every now and then.
Serious question. Since I am wanting to make this current project into a solid, flexible silicone piece, what silicone might you suggest I mold it in? Silicone into silicone for casting?
No, I would not put silicone in silicone for casting. I would put, I'd do silicone into a urethane. If you want a finished silicone product, then you probably want to go with like an epoxy mold or a resin mold. I would not go silicone in silicone.
Do you go to Transworld every year? I'd love to get to see you.
I absolutely do go to Transworld every year. This year, of course, it did not happen, so I did not go this year. But most years, I go to Transworld. I teach classes there, and I have a booth where I sell things.
I was 320 in June on keto. I got down to 244 in November last year. And you fit it to my haunted house costume from 2002.
That is awesome. I was 367 last November, and I'm now down to, I'm right at 300, and I'm gonna keep pushing on because I want to get to 250. I feel healthy at 250. I know that sounds like a high weight, but I feel good at 250.
Okay, so block mold it in resin and then cast silicone into that mold?
Yeah, I wouldn't block mold it. I mean, I would mold it. Yes. Yes, make yourself a rigid mold, kind of like I'm doing here, probably. I don't know your undercut situation. But if you want to send me pictures through Facebook Messenger, I'm more than happy to help talk you through anything. Like where mold walls should go and all that. Alexa, count down 2 minutes.
2 minutes, starting now.
Hey, Alan, Sean here from the Bloodshed Brothers. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great.
Do you go to Transworld in St. Louis?
I do go to Transworld in St. Louis. One of my favorite places on earth.
Yeah, you have lost a lot of weight.
Thank you. I had to lose 30 pounds before I could see anything.
Silicone sticks to silicone would be, if you fuse it together, they do have release, but it's very hard to get apart. Are the classes free to attend at Transworld, or is it part of the admission fee?
They cost money. They cost separate monies. So most classes at Transworld, I think they're $40 for an hour class, and then like $80 for a 2-hour class. I'm just waiting now. I have my plaster in my water here, and I'm waiting for it to soak in. I don't want air bubbles. I don't want lumps. So I'm allowing the water to seep into that plaster.
Do you plan to tour once this year, or are you going to stay local?
I run a haunted house here in Texas. I run Dark Hour Haunted House in Plano, Texas. I'm the director. So I kind of have to stay around here.
Transworld is very close to where I live, and around that time of my birthday, that would be an awesome birthday present.
Well, let me know, and I'll send you an invitation that will allow you to get into the show. Alexa, stop. It is a business show. It's a trade show, so they like only professional haunted house people there. But as a vendor, I get invitations, and I could send an invitation to you guys if you want it, and that would allow you entry into the show.
I understand that I had to lose 40 pounds to see anything, but it doesn't fall off. Yet nice to see you.
Yeah. Yes.
I'll wave to you from the Illinois side. 1980.
Hooray! You probably wave a shrimp at me. Now I'm going to go in with my hand. I'm just going to mix by hand. Probably when I get to the face, I'll mix, I'll want more strength in it, so I'll mechanically mix it.
Early weight is predominantly liquid, that's why it's not fixed.
You know what? I drink more than anybody else I know. Like I probably already drank like 6 cups of fluid from this, and this is probably 44 ounce. And I will probably drink 3 or 4 more of these before I go to bed. Now this one happens to be soda. That's not good. It's diet soda. But then I will. I'll do flavored water next.
That sounds awesome. Is the convention for everyone though? Are there lots of booths with people?
There are lots of booths. Yes, it is. That show is where haunted houses go shopping. So if you've seen a cool thing at a haunted house, you can buy it at Transworld. That is pretty much how it works. All right, here's the exciting part. What I'm going to do very first is I'm hitting the joint between the sculpture and the mold wall. I'm doing the side opposite you guys first, and then I'll do your side. But I don't want there to be any air bubbles there. and I want to control how thin the plaster is.
I guess I should have prefaced the question in regards to touring. If God forbid you're unable to open due to current circumstances, would you consider touring?
Well, if I would, but if I can't open, that means probably a lot of folks can't open. But if a haunted house is open, and mine is not, then I will go there. Like even when, it was not uncommon, if Dark Hour was not open on a night, I might go on that night and work at someone else's haunted house, just so I could scare people. Not uncommon at all for me to go work at a haunt when mine is closed. What's cool about the bear is that his head is already kind of flat. I won't have to use any excess material to flatten out the top of the mold.
Diet soda is as evil as normal soda.
That's not true. Because if I were drinking regular soda on keto, I wouldn't lose any weight because I would not go into ketogenesis. And I had cheated, and I know that is true. So it's not as evil. I don't know who that was.
That was Ezekiel.
I appreciate that. It's not good for you. I'm choosing cancer instead of diabetes. That's all that it is. It's a different flavor of evil. Would you like diabetes? Have regular soda. Would you like cancer? Drink your diet soda.
Did you get the ginger Sprite?
I did indeed. Who said that?
Carolina Kiwi Creations.
I did get ginger Sprite. It's in my fridge right now. Had one earlier today. It's good stuff.
I molded my skull today. I changed it so I can use it for a Day of the Dead and a mummy and just a regular skull.
Awesome. How'd your mold turn out?
Why does Transworld do that? Only pro haunts.
Because it's a business show where we run a business. So it is for people who are in the business of haunted attractions. That's why.
Well, it's a trade show and not a convention, which is so different.
Yeah, it is a trade show for the trade of haunted attractions. It is not a convention like Midwest Haunters Convention where anybody goes. Now, there's a lot of the same stuff there, but there's some things at the trade show that you don't care about. You don't want a ticket company. You don't want to find a good company for wristbands. You don't need to find a good internet marketing company. So those booths, I need to find those things. I have to see those things. But if you are home haunting, then those aren't things that you really need.
Is Transworld just for buying things, or do people sell masks?
Transworld is, hold on. Read that again.
Is Transworld just for buying things? Do people sell masks?
People do sell masks. Most of Transworld it's an order placing show because the companies have taken an idea to the show and they made one to prove they can do it, and then people will place orders to get that, and that way the company has time to produce it, and that's why Transworld's in March. So they order in March, and then by June or July they should be able to get all of your product to you, and then you have it in time to open your haunted house. That is a system that allows for innovation in the haunt industry, because I don't have to bring 100 stilt costumes to Transworld. I bring my samples to Transworld. I can bring way more things and try different things, especially on the higher end, like animatronics and the big costumes, because I don't have to bring enough to sell to everybody who wants it. It's not Walmart. It's not a convention where you're going to 100% buy from the guys right there. It's the trade show, so you're going to go there, you're going to place an order, and then it gets shipped to you. Is there some cash and carry? Yes.
Hey Alan, I'm a longtime subscriber and sometimes viewer. Can you, oh Lord, hang on. Just reset.
Right now, my big enemy is air bubbles. That's what I'm watching for.
I really missed going to Transville this year.
It's weird because it's something that it's a definitely it's like a pinpoint in my year, you know. It's like if Christmas didn't happen, you know, your whole year is kind of thrown off, or at least the end of it is thrown off.
My least favorite part of mask making. Does the mold process ever get any funner after making as many as you have?
I'm pretty sure the molds are going to turn out, and that's a good thing. You know, I don't have any hang-ups. I'm not worried about my mold not working or locking or whatever. I'm pretty confident that my mold is going to be successful. That's where a lot of the stress in mold making comes from. Will it work? Will it not work? It's going to work. I'm going to make it work.
Say hi to Mr. Jimmy.
Hey, Mr. Jimmy. Hope your mouth is good. That was it.
There's a back and forth conversation going on about cancer, sodas, and aspartame. Back what to press on.
Okay. My wife is not going to read to me about sodas and cancer.
Well, I'm not reading it to you because they're discussing it amongst themselves.
Gotcha.
So let them have their conversation. Get into the technical questions. Big Dog says that his skull mold came out great, will pour the next day or so.
Great.
Have you ever been to Horror Hound here in Ohio?
I have not been to Horror Hound in Ohio. I have been to Spooky Empire in Orlando. Horror Hound is a convention that happens in 5 or 6 different cities. I do hope to get to one day. I do like going to conventions and dress it up and all that.
Do you fire the plaster in a kiln, or is it self-dried plaster?
It's a chemical reaction that will turn it to stone. And the chemical reaction happens at room temperature after you mix it with water.
I love your channel. You inspire me so much. I hope to be as good as you someday.
Well,
last year I sculpted Mr. Barlow. Turned out so good. Next morning the clay dried and cracked. I was weeping.
Oh, that's always hard when you lose a sculpture like that. It is difficult.
I let Transworld keep my money for next year.
Yeah, I mean, I let them keep my money too.
Alan, I'm still waiting on my neck cone from Mr. Jimmy.
Oh. Yeah, keep you from messing with it. It's important.
Transworld 2021 is going to be massive. I can't wait.
I think so too. I think you're right about that.
What would be a good convention for people that just like Halloween and making masks? Maybe not anything for haunted houses.
So there is a place called MHC, which is called Midwest Haunters Convention in Chicago. That is good. But I also recommend there's a horror convention in Indianapolis, Indiana, that also houses Mask Fest. So if you like mask making, Mask Fest is where you want to go.
How will you attach the ears later?
Probably contact cement. I'll do them the same way I do the werewolf ears, which is I cut them out of EVA foam and then I glue them on.
Monsterpalooza and Son of Monsterpalooza are great for consumer horror stuff such as masks.
Correct. I haven't been to those, but yes, those are also very good for that.
Hey Alan, I'm a long-time subscriber and sometimes viewer. Have you given a lot of thought about what laser cutter you want?
Yes. I mean, I look at laser. I mean, I sit and I watch laser videos late into the evening. When I'm done here, I'm researching the lasers. I'm looking at Thunder laser. I'm looking at FS laser. I would like Evolog lasers, but I think they're just going to be out of my price range for the size that I want. I want a good size laser.
Alan, there's a big hole on the camera side.
Hey, thanks. This is why many hands make light work.
Got some panicked people here.
I'll
Have you
check
ever
that.
gone to the National Hunters Convention in Atlantic City, Philadelphia area?
I went to the original. It was very small. Yes, I went. It was very small. I felt like I was at more like a Halloween-themed flea market. Because of where I'm at in my haunted house Halloween career, it was not for me. It was just too home-centric. It was spooky, not haunted to me. I did go to the original, and actually you could see me playing Carl Cleaver in an episode of Making Monsters that took place at that show.
Say hello to Plastic Ninja.
Hello to Plastic Ninja.
Chinese K40 laser from AliExpress. Lots of YouTube videos of people molding them and getting great results.
Yes, but their bed size is just too small. Their bed size is too small for what I want to do. Most of those K40 lasers, they're looking at, a bed size of maybe 12 to 24 inches. And I am a man with big plans and dreams, and that's already too small for me. I know what I want to do, but I need a bigger laser to do it.
Would be a pain in the butt after you pour the latex and latex dry and you try to pull the mask out, the teeth, mouth area. Would that be the hard part? Paul, I hope I
Can you paraphrase that for me, honey?
After you pour the latex and the latex dry, and you try to pull the mask out, the teeth in the mouth area, would that be hard? Would that be difficult?
No, because the latex is flexible. So what I'll do is I'll pull the top up, I'll pull the bottom down, and that should do the trick.
I've been wanting to do my own weekly internet show, but it's hard to keep it consistent.
Yeah, I'm doing it about 5 times a week right now. It's not easy, I'm not lying.
Do you think 3D digital sculpting artists are more the same or less talented than hand-played sculpting artists?
I won't speak about talent. I'm going to speak about it's easier. Yes, it's easier because physically you're not doing the same things. You don't have to physically put your tools away. You don't have to physically clean your workspace after it. You don't have to physically carry in boxes of clay. It's easier. It's absolutely easier. But talent, you can't compare that talent to another. Is one person a better dancer than that person is a better singer? You can't compare the two. They're so different.
Give me a second. I'm gonna reset my computer.
Okay?
Not sure what happened here. I'll just read it from the screen.
Your computer down?
I make my animatronics out of household items like rotisseries, etc., and also toys for Goodwill.
Yeah, I mean, that's perfectly fine.
No, big dog, I was not watching cat videos.
She's watching cat videos
I was
again.
not. I was not. Hey, I was not watching cat videos. You can't bust me for that. I did not do that. I've been deciding for a software update right now. I see
She was
you.
totally watching cat
I
videos.
see you.
Someone explain to Paul that Shannon is watching cat videos.
Tiger King memes tonight. No, you know what? We haven't watched that show.
I have not seen that
We
show.
have not seen Tiger King. I'm obsessed with Ezekiel's new kitten. Yeah, you know what, Ezekiel? There were no cat videos today, and I'm a little disappointed in you. It could be dog videos, Hard Beauty. That is true. But I have plenty of dogs and cats here to watch live every day. Okay.
You ain't lying.
Nice cat videos. Y'all need to watch Tiger King. No, Carolina Kiwi Creations.
It just doesn't look fun.
It doesn't look fun, and man, we don't binge watch anything. We don't even watch TV anymore.
And it sounds like it's a lot of drama, and
Oh Lord.
why would I inject more drama into my life? Isn't the world drama-ridden enough for us right now?
You guys enjoy your Tiger King. We are gonna.
Yeah.
It's a hard pass for Team Hawks. Okay, let's try this again. We have 113 people.
113?
Cat video. Okay.
Sometimes when people feel called out, it's because they got called out. That's all I'm saying about that.
Why don't you say nothing? I'm enjoying a root beer and rum chata while working with foam and listening to the stream. Hi, Chad Smith.
You know what? And somebody was on earlier from the Bloodshed Brothers, and they're the ones who taught me about rum chata. That's where I learned about rum chata from, was the Bloodshed Brothers.
Say hi, James Minnick.
Hello, James Minnick.
James, Alan teases me about watching cat videos. Ezekiel, Alan told me to knock it off with the cat videos telepathically.
You're gonna get some work out of this wife. You keep posting videos about that kitten, she won't get anything done.
Oh my gosh, she's the best kitty. My Alan, what big hands you have. I think I can look at the hands in the background.
Oh, not my actual hands. I do have big hands, but you know.
How many animals in total do you have?
7. 4 cats and 3 dogs.
We have some great birding trails in Florida.
Yeah, I bet they do.
The plaster, what is recommended thickest for the most of mask making?
I like my molds to be about the minimum ½ inch. Minimum ½ inch.
Which Marvel character do you think would be the scariest Halloween costume?
Ghost Rider.
You've got a little overlap of plaster on the other side.
Yeah, that'll click off. I'm not too worried about it.
Big Dog's wife is trying to do a Medusa.
Cool. That's an undertaking. It's always tough.
They need to bring back Tales from the Crypt.
Well, they're bringing back Creep Show.
Alan has fat hands.
That's
Fat
right.
hand is his sidekick.
Dude.
How much Ultra Cal 30 to mold a half face mask? And how much for a full mask?
I would say about 25 pounds for a half mask, and 50 pounds to 40 pounds for a full head. And I don't feel great about some of this, so I'm going to do a little bit more with fabric. I'm going to let this set up a little bit first so that fabric really sticks on. While I'm waiting, let's clean.
What are you going to use to smooth it out?
This is a yellow scraper from Harbor Freight. These come, it's a putty scraper. They come in a pack of 20, and I use these suckers all the time. I also cut them and use them as sculpting tools with like a saw edge to start for my very first rake. Okay. Now, I don't know how much pledge is in this plaster down here. So I really don't want to use it on the mold unless I know it was in a low pledge area. I don't want pledge in my mold.
Do you still want to make the Medusa scarf with snakes to take some of the weight off of the big net, Stacy? Did you?
I think she's talking to Big Dog's wife,
Oh,
who said she was making a Medusa, remember?
is that a bear mask that you're working on?
Yes, this is a bear mask.
M. Night Shyamalan has the rights and tales for the crypt. I'd probably just wait after the disappointment that was Jordan Peele's Twilight Zone. I haven't seen The Amazing Tales reboot.
I don't think M. Night Shyamalan will be a bad custodian of those rights. I hope he does something with it. Okay. Looks like Logan is leaving us. Good night, Logan. I'm waiting a bit. I want this to firm up a little bit more. I want this to be warm so that when I put more plaster on, it heats it up. I'm just going to do a little bit because this area I'm good with. But I do want to add fabric to back here. It doesn't have enough. It's got 2 layers of fabric on it and it has a painted on layer.
Home Depot and Lowe's has disposable spreaders for flooring adhesive that work great for rakes.
Yes, they do. They do, and it's the same kind of deal, same stuff as the Harbor Freight ones. Okay, doggos.
Shyamalan drew an easy adaptation of Avatar, The Last Airbender. Still don't trust him for adaptation. Big Dog, you gotta show us some pictures of what she does. I can't imagine it being anything short of awesome.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
Spreaders have a fine, coarse teeth.
Nice. Alexa, countdown.
Just the camera?
5
Alarm for
minutes.
What time?
Alexa, set a countdown for 5 minutes.
5 minutes, starting now.
This hat is a Stilt Beast hat. It was customized by my dog Boris. And I said, honey, I need to get a new hat out of the booth building.
No, you
Because
don't.
Boris ate my hat. And Shannon said, no,
No.
that's, you wear that hat.
You already got into t-shirts. You're not supposed
Fine.
to wear t-shirts.
Fine.
Have you worked any more with that post-setting foam from Home Depot? What is your opinion?
I love it. I love that stuff. That's really good foam. For what it does, it's really good foam.
He distressed the hat for you.
He did indeed. In a heavy-handed fashion, he distressed the hat.
You set off the ALEXA in my house.
Sorry. Ah. So what I'm doing now is I'm waiting on that plaster to get a little firmer. I clean my bucket. Could get water. I could do that. Hey, wife,
Yes.
you want to talk a little bit more about Monster Camp or something like that?
Yes.
Go on up to that camera and do it.
Yes. I can do that. Okay. Okay. Actually, unfortunately. I think you guys have probably heard enough about Monster Camp. So I will just tell you very quickly, in the chapter of interesting rules in the Hops House, we have a rule that we established when Alan and I got married, and that rule is no scaring in the house. There has to be a place in the house, somewhere on the planet, in which scares are not being tested. And so it's just a smart thing to do, because Alan has he scared me before and I punched him. I felt really bad after that. I'm not a delicate creature, and I did indeed punch him. Now he's fine, he's a big guy, but still, I don't want to punch my husband. And I did. So the rule is no scaring in the house. Do not scare in the house. So because of this, Alan decides that he and I were both working dark hour one night, and I was in a corner. I turned around and he was right there as Carl, and he did indeed scare me to death. It was a perfect time scare.
We weren't home.
We weren't home.
I was being paid.
And I did indeed haul off and punch him with everything I had. So the rule is no scaring in the house, but anything after the house, completely fair. There you go.
Okay.
Now everyone will want a hat like that. Scott Colhart, you're right. We can sell Boris distressed hats in the big $5 extra.
Boris ate it.
No scaring in the house, Hard Beauty.
They're not easy to keep in kibble, that's for sure.
I punch. We're Texans. There's guns here. No, not here. He scares everywhere else. Absolutely. I don't want to punch my husband. But I did. I punched him hard. And like I said, I'm not a delicate thing. So yeah. So the shop is free game. That is correct, Big Dog. It is not the house. Tell us about the best scare you have ever gotten Alan on. I'll save that for another story. Wow, can you have a chat to my wife? She wants to flog me. Ezekiel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sell the hats and give the proceeds to ADA.
Good news. Good news. My bear is firm. Okay. We may progress. And again, I have a very small amount of plaster in there. I'm only doing a little bit. Alexa, stop. What?
That's what she said. My bear is firm.
Well, sometimes there are moments, and you just have to take those moments, guys.
Jerry Baxter, I like the Bluetooth in the laundry room. That was fair. He wasn't in the house,
Yeah.
but that was rotten. That was a rotten thing to do.
Okay.
You remember that.
This type of plaster is Ultra Cal 30. It should take 30 minutes to set up. That's how long it should take. Okay. Alexa, countdown 2 minutes.
2 minutes, starting now.
Once again, I'm letting water soak into the plaster. If I started trying to use it right now, it would it would be a little lumpy. We don't want no lumpy. Good night, Michael. That is all I see up on the screen right now, so I bet it's Michael Lassiter leaving. He normally leaves about this time of night. Being responsible and all that. Wanting to stay employed, those kind of things. Killed this brush. It's
Are you
dead.
worried about the mouth area being a bit of undercut problems?
No, it's not going to be an undercut problem. There's no undercut here because it's all clay. You can't really undercut clay unless it's a really hard clay like monster clay. I can just mold this as is and it'll all just rip off because it's water-based clay. So, no, I'm not worried about undercuts at all. If this was resin or something rigid, I have to worry about it, but clay is soft. Alexa, how much time is left on my timer?
You have 20 seconds left on your 2-minute timer.
Well, I better wait those full 20 seconds. Yeah, the only thing I'm worried about undercut on was the top of the head here that I talked about. And I'm not worried about the chin either. I mean, that was really it. Alexa, stop.
Wouldn't easily melt out the monster clay in such a situation.
You could, but it's not easily. It's not like it just comes pouring out of there, no problem. It still leaves a residue and you still have to get it out. It is much harder to get out of a mold than water-based clay that I can power wash out of the mold. A heat gun might be too much heat for the ultra-cal because there's still going to be some water in this, and if you make that water boil or expand too much, you'll crack your plaster. Okay, we now have a nice liquid plaster that I'm going to use to build up this mold. And I will go around once this way. And I'm not super duper worried about air pockets or holes now because everything is well covered. Any hole is going to be deep inside of the mold. So now I know there's probably going to be 4 layers of fabric burlap here.
I've had good luck with Dollar Tree bottle clay, smaller molds.
Okay, I mean, for small, if I'm using monster clay, I'm making a silicone mold. That's kind of just how it goes. I really don't like monster clay in a plaster mold. For a while there, I was on a kick. You can get better detail out of monster clay, so I would do a wed sculpt and I would do the teeth in monster clay. But they're just so hard to get out of the mold, I don't like it. That's a personal preference, you know.
Hello, Lockhart.
Hey, Lockhart.
Do you have a pressure pot or a vacuum chamber in your workshop?
I do. I use it very rarely because I actually used it when I was making really small things out of resin to push the air bubbles to be smaller. But I don't use it a lot otherwise.
Alan, I looked in your shop today and saw a mask. It is an old man or woman. It's not what I want, but do you have one like an old grandma with a scream expression?
I do not. I do not. I haven't done a lot of humans. I just don't do a lot of humans. I much prefer monsters. And if I'm hiring someone to play a part, normally they are human. So that's a head start. I'm going to put one more piece of fabric on the back of this. Okay.
Will those stain your shirt or does it wash out?
This was plaster. It'll chip off of my shirt.
Do you ever do brundle fly?
No, I don't do a lot of stuff from movies.
Have you done any demonic monsters? Or do you pretty much stay away from that?
No, I do demon-y stuff all the time. Krampus is technically a demon, and I make lots of Krampus masks. Yeah, I have no problem doing demons and devils.
Alan, you have top in can. Are you asking for drinking soda? The comic I brought, obviously not brundlefly, but animal-human hybrid.
I did just make a shark mask. Yeah, and I do a lot of wolfmen. Yeah, I do a lot of that stuff. I have an insect mask. I mean, I do. Animal-human hybrids are one of my bread and butters. Hybrids. And now that I'm on this outside layer, I'm just scraping it all up on there. I'm not really worried about the pledge. It's the outside of the mold. And I find that the first half of the mold takes a lot longer than the second half, simply because of all the prep and doing the mold wall. So I am going to push through and get this done tonight. I may lose my wife as she has to go to bed and get up early.
Is that burlap you're using?
Yes, I am using burlap. I'm using burlap because I'm making a very thin mold.
Plus, for your Stacy homeschool art class today, public holiday, says Ezekiel. Do you build animatronics?
I have built animatronics, yes. Yeah, but normally I make the skins and someone else does the welding and all that. I was steadily rolling up my burlap and I didn't know it. See, I want to clean as I go. I don't want to have a giant mess on my hands when I'm done.
Do you ever build anything from prop store for horror or other movies?
I normally don't build things from movies. Normally I'm a haunted house guy, and haunted houses normally don't use too many things from movies because we could get sued. So we don't use those. And that's one of those differences between, you know, a horror fan or and a haunted house person. You know, you might want Jason stuff. And Jason's stuff at Transworld really wouldn't do that well because we don't have a license to use it. Nor does that artist have a license to sell it. We talked a lot about intellectual property and theft on the last live video. So if that is something that interests you, and I bet it doesn't, you could look that up.
I have never had a mold break. Is burlap a step that is needed?
If you're going really thin, yes. If you're not going thin, if you're making your mold half an inch to an inch thick, I'm making as small a mold as I can basically with this. Yeah, you asked about animal-human hybrids. I have actually done a lot of those. I mean, I do rabbit masks, I do cat masks. If you look on my YouTube channel, you can see a Khajiit mask that I made, a cat person. At Dark Hour, we got to do a bunch of werecats last year. That was so much fun.
When I visit a haunt, I want to see something original instead of the same old horror film character.
Yeah, and that's kind of the service that we want to give people as a haunted house. We want to show them.
For private collection, do you ever buy authentic movie props?
No, I don't. When I bid on them, and I do bid on them on occasion, I bid on them for their costuming value, not for, oh my gosh, it's a prop from this movie. Because I make props myself, I just don't see I don't see that kind of value. You know, I make those things, so I don't see that kind of a huge value. It is cool to have things from movies, yes. But, and also I don't have like a collector gene. I don't have a big collection of anything.
So if I understand correctly, you sprayed the clay sculpt with the pledge to have it released from the mold itself. Did I get that correct? Thank you for sharing your knowledge and experience.
You are correct. I use pledge as a barrier only in between the clay and the plaster.
I honestly think a mosquito man would be neat to see.
It would be, absolutely.
I love your work, bro.
Thank you. Yeah, mosquito-influenced design is very good. There's actually a video game called Darkest Dungeon. It's a very simple video game, but they just did a vampire set that the vampires are based on mosquitoes, not on bats, and it affects their look. It's kind of neat.
Do you ever look at other masks cheap, too expensive, and find yourself critiquing the scope?
Constantly, yes. I look at people and critique their sculpt, even though they weren't sculpted.
Mosquito work from email.
Yes, he had the blood pumping chest. Good stuff. And he was red and black. He was part of the evil hordes. Good times. We're waiting because right now my plaster is this, and I want my plaster to be rock. Alexa, countdown, 5 minutes.
5 minutes, starting now.
Crimson Court, Darkest Dungeon.
Yep, that's it. Crimson Court, Darkest Dungeon. Correct.
Mosquitoes have neat anatomy. But when you get close, certain aquatic beetle larvae look like
Oh, absolutely. A mayfly larva, a Dobson fly larva, Dobson fly, D-O-B-S-O-N. Those are beautiful in a terrifying way. Also look up Japanese tiger beetles. Terrifying insects.
so good night, Lucky 2001.
Good night, Lucky. We're going to press on with this bear.
Murder wasps.
Yeah, how about them murder wasps, yo?
Dobson fly nymph form, but a helichromite is very scary too. Camel spiders are good.
Yes. Yeah, their whole body is pretty freaky.
I knew a guy who was sitting in a wheelchair on the sidewalk in a full body cast. He got pulled over.
This is, who said that?
1980 and
That sounds like he's leading up to a joke of some kind.
Vietnamese centipedes are my favorite. African tidal beetles look, tiger beetles look like monsters.
The whole tiger beetle family, terrible.
Cops took him in for driving a wheelchair plastic.
I knew it. I knew it. I didn't even feel good about that when it happened.
I'm gonna have to do it.
Oh, you're gonna make my wife drink. Remember all those Q-tips that I put in the mold wall? I can pull those out now because they did a good job.
What are the hands for in the background?
Honey, should I tell them? What's that?
Sure.
Okay, so the hands in the background, they are a little personal project. Now, what were they originally sculpted for? They were sculpted for the hunchback. So that's why I had the mold sitting there. But I set these guys up today. I'm preparing a space so I can show you. This is a new product that's going to come from Stiltby Studios, okay? When you absolutely have to maintain social distancing, but somebody needs to get slapped, this is a slap on a stick. This isn't the official handle, of course, I'm just kind of showing you the concept, but you can maintain a 6-foot distance and yet still slap the heck out of somebody. All right? Maybe they need more than that. In that case, you upgrade, and this is a punch on a pole. And from 6 feet away, you can sock them in the mouth. Hooray. So I'm working on that. That's the slap on a stick. This is the punch on a pole. And if you are just flat out friendly, you can use the slap on a stick for high fives, and this can be used for fist bumps. But you maintain your social distance while still altering someone's dentistry. Hooray! These will honestly probably be on the website in the next couple days. And I'm just going to send it like this, and then you can attach your own handle. There are screw holes there, and I'll put wing nuts in there so that you can tighten it down your own bolt.
Alexa, stop.
Alexa, stop. So that is the slap on a stick and the punch on a pole. I think the time is right for these products, friends.
That's why I respect Alan's teachings. He tells you what you should know rather than what he thinks you want to know. I show him my work all the time, and I appreciate the honest criticism.
Who said that?
That was Justin Reed.
Oh, yes.
How many nights do you typically run your summer haunt? Has it always been a werewolf theme? It sounds hot. The bug discussion would make a good theme for something.
Our summer haunt has always been werewolves. It's always been in July. We're indoors. We're an indoor show, and we're an indoor show, so we have air conditioning. Now, yeah, it's still hot because Texas, but hey, what do you do?
When some has done something for a long time and they know more than you listen, says Chief Justin Reed. I like the fur rugs.
And I don't know that I know more. I know differently because I have approached monster making in my own way. And Justin is going to approach monster making in his own way because we all draw from our experiences to do what we do now. You know, everything that led us to this point shapes our decisions. And sometimes his decisions will be easier because of the things he's done in the past, and sometimes mine will be easier.
If I worked there, I would have to stop all the little dogs.
Yes, Stan, who is here he is the worst for that. The dogs come in and Stan loses all productivity.
Hey, how soon will you have that ready for shipping?
I'm gonna actually do a couple up, so I have 5 or 6 ready to go when we put it on the website. Look for it on the website before next Friday, I'm thinking. You know, if I can do Wednesday, that'd be awesome. And they should be about $35 a piece. Because, you know, it's about as much latex as a mask, and it's foam filled, so it'll be $35 to $40 a piece.
Will there be more Baphomet inspired masks coming down the pipe?
Well, I do want to do a sweet three-eyed goat, which is Baphomet-esque, kind of. You're not going to get any boobs from me, sorry, but there are places to buy those. Yeah. So maybe. It all depends.
I think Alan is a huge Gallagher fan. Pretty sure I've seen a latex fist on a stick before. Yes, I need that for my hot staff plates. Yes, plastic match, I'm pretty sure. If Alan checks my email, I have a Baphomet goat man soon in the works.
You know what? I did see your email. I looked at that. That is very interesting. And I like the horns on there.
How much for a punch on a pole?
I mentioned that. I just happened to mention it. So it was $35 to $40 in that neighborhood.
I want one of those fists for traffic signals.
And the big hand for stop. You kind of need both. Yeah, and you know what? If I sell 2 or 3, cool. They're the hunchback hand molds I already had, so I just made it work up.
you'll turn around and read Our Lady's doing commercial for you on show.
These should be yours. Many other products for the small monthly payment of $99.95 plus shipping and handling. Not available in all stores. These prices you can buy 340 sets for birthdays and Christmas. That's right, you can. Or just buy one set and punch all those people who have birthdays. Punch them.
So it looks like the Hulk hand.
It does look a bit like it.
Call that bear whatever you want, you can't hear it anyway.
That's right, because I cut his ears off. When I was sculpting those, I just used my hands as reference. I mean, that's what I use as reference.
Oh, hello, Richard from England.
Hello! Okay. So now that I have this half of the mold done, all right, see, I peeled that clay away. And this wall has shown up because that's what I put, the clay was here. I cut the divots in the clay, now they're solid, you know, and now I'm going to put on some pry points. I'm going to lean this back a little bit so I can put plaster down into the mouth.
Bear looks like he's about to grab some march orders to the British monarch.
Yeah.
Can you make an alternate version of the hand that is articulated?
I could. It would be much more expensive. Yes. I've made articulated hands in the past. I've made lots of articulated hands in the past because I do still costumes, remember? You know what?
Being a newbie mask maker in a rapidly growing mask making community, how would you recommend me to sell and stand out and succeed in such a large community with so many talented people?
Make things that other people aren't making. Find your niche and own it. Find your niche and own it. That is what I will say.
If you have any with tiny hands, I know of one person who needs slap with his own hands. Honey.
Hey, that was a president joke. That was good. That was subtle. Way to work that in there in a subtle fashion.
Do you have a video on articulated hands?
I do have a video on articulated hands. Okay, so that's there, but I don't know if I trust it. Let's pack it up a little more. With more clay. This is just to stabilize it for molding. See how I'm laying it on its back? And now I can put plaster down into the mouth hole as opposed to having to paint it and it constantly is pouring out of the mouth. Now it won't pour out of the mouth.
The sculpt with the back mold looks like the wolf dressed as grandma with sleeping bottoms.
Yeah. I can see that.
Now that he has half of this mold done, he is going to, oh, this is hard to be reading. Oh, sorry. Hi, Alan.
Hi.
What is the bear's name?
This is
Zodi, Ezekiel's.
This is Grizzlor. Grizzlor.
Don't trust the bear. Last time I trusted the bear, I subscribed to his YouTube and started watching his live streams. Brandon, I don't know where that's going. I might know where that's going. What kind of keys do you recommend the most? I noticed you do play wall keys differently.
Yeah, I like these little round keys because they fit together. I mean, but it doesn't matter. I mean, whatever kind of keys work for you. I like the domes because the domes won't get locked as long as you don't go more than half of the dome. And I'm just filling in a little bit underneath of the chin here that I really didn't touch. And again, like even this will be covered in hair. But okay, so I want to put on some pry points so I can get this mold apart. And these are little pieces of clay, like that. They go here, and I'll be able to get a screwdriver in there when both halves of the mold are made. But that hole's also going to direct force, so I want to cut the end off of it so it's not an arrow pointed into my mold, because your force can go down that crack and break off a little piece of your mold.
So everyone's watching the puppet from the sleep.
Bella. Bella. Bella.
I think you can see a crack in the snout still.
You can, but I'm not worried about it. And I'm not worried about it because I'm not going to have plaster thin enough to really catch that detail. If it does, that's going to be a ridge of plaster in the mold. I'll run my finger across it and it'll fall apart.
My pig monster is almost finished. I'll email you some photos of the sculpture and mask that Richard grabbed.
Awesome.
She's not sleeping, she's psychologically, she's psychically controlled Alan, controlled this guy.
That's right.
I can see it with a red hoodie as a half mask there. I understand those bumps on plaster. Is it for the plaster to line up the latex right?
It is for the two halves of the mold to lock together correctly. The two halves of the mold might slide around on each other, but this helps them lock in. It's a key, so they fit together. I now have my pry points on. I have 4 pry points, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna hit this with a little bit more. Good night, Scott. I'm gonna grab my Vaseline. I have to Vaseline this wall. Because plaster on plaster would adhere very well, and I don't want that to happen. So we'll get this mold made tonight, and I'll probably crack it open, but I don't know if I'll have it all cleaned out tonight. I'm going to tell you that I won't. Alexa, what time is it? 10 o'clock?
It's 10:11 p.m.
Could you over-pledge it?
Yes, because the pledge is mildly acidic to the clay. So if I put too much pledge on, it's just going to obliterate my detail, which Robert Corey has done. He learned a valuable lesson that day. I used an audio technique to make sure he remembered it. I yelled at him. And now I'm going about 2 inches over the edge of the mold, because sometimes plaster goes over the edge. I don't want that to lock together either.
Have you ever seen a circus-themed haunt, lion eating a tamer, rotting elephant corpse, all the sideshow things?
Yes. Yes, that's one of the most common haunt themes is circus carnival theme. Really popular. So many clowns.
Hey, Alan, try Pam cooking spray instead of Pledge. It works great.
I've heard that. I have heard that. My fear is that the PAM will, which is water-based, I believe, contaminate the plaster and it won't wick as well. I want this to wick as well as it can. And I've had, when I used to PAM the edges of the mold wall, sometimes it mixed the plaster. I didn't like it. And the Pledge works amazing. The Pledge works really well, so I don't have a need. It hasn't failed me in any way. Is that Chris Russell of Twisted Toy Box? Or are you a different Chris Russell?
Let's see.
Because I have known him for years.
You have to Vaseline any plaster Pledge through clay. That says hard. Circus peanuts, passed off as real food. Do professional mold release do the same thing to the clay as Pledge?
Yes, because Pledge is kind of wax in a can, and a lot of the mold releases are wax. Chris, have you ever had a problem with PAM on your sculpture?
The mold seems to get mold on them over time. I know to spray them with vinegar, but is there anything you can do to prevent that during the molding process?
Keep them in a bag, keep them dry. I mean, that's the best way to do it. Keep them, those silica packets, get a bunch of the silica packets in there, yeah. And they do, I mean, that's just something that happens to them. So I'm pretty happy with the bear. I'm looking, this is like my chance for last looks on him. My mold's gonna come all the way down here. It at least has to come to here. So I think I'm ready to clean up what I can, and then I will start mixing plaster. Put this clay away so it doesn't go bad. It's pretty close right now, in all honesty. Chris, how you been, sir? I don't want to have a big mess at the end of this, and every little bit that I leave, I'm going to have to clean up eventually.
What clay do you use when you sculpt your masks?
I use water-based clay, which is, I use a wet clay, WED clay.
Chris Russell says, nope, never. I just make sure to use a chip brush and a paper towel to wipe the chip brush to pull the excess spray off the clay and plaster. It goes on thick. You need to take off as much as you can, and it works sculpture usually pops right out perfect shape.
Cool. I may try that on a sculpture that is, I may try that on my next sculpture. We'll see. I use Pam all the time for mold walls, but, you know.
He says he's great, he's working on new stuff, it's good to see you working.
You know what? It's always good to be working, especially right now. Yeah, I mean, this is lots of shop time, but that's fine. I'm doing a lot of this. I'm live like 5 nights a week right now.
Red Clay, Walter Elias, Disney.
That is correct. Yes, Walter Elias Disney for wet clay. And right now, this is Ultra Cal I'm molding in. So I'm doing layers. In this first layer, I just want to get everything covered. So I'm mixing up a little bit of plaster for that. Okay. So I just put enough plaster in to get what they call dry riverbed. I kind of sifted it in. And now I'm going to let the water soak into the plaster for about 2 minutes. You do that, you get far less lumps and it's easier to mix.
Can you show me what it's like?
I can. Well, here's where we're at right now with the plaster, but it has been a little bit. Looks like plaster. Alexa, how much time is left on the timer?
There are no timers set.
Alexa, countdown. 2 minutes.
Alarm for what time?
Alexa, set a countdown for 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Starting now.
Okay. Here we go, here we go. Now, Chris, for a while you were at a like Silver Springs theme park, I think, in Iowa. Is that correct? Weren't you doing their haunted event?
What happens to the mold when, Stanley, I lost that. Wait for it.
Stanley, I don't know if we can understand what you're asking there.
Starts to wear out of good pools.
Then you start getting bad pulls. But I'll make a master of this one because I think I'm going to want a bare mold, you know, far into the future. I can't imagine I will not ever want to have a bare mold sitting around. I don't know why I haven't molded a bear as of yet in my life. I have so many plans for this bear. I'm going to make the bear from Prophecy. I'm going to make a polar bear. I'm going to make a grizzly bear. I'm going to make a Kodiak bear. I'm going to make a Malaysian sun bear. I'm going to make a koala bear. I'm going to bear the heck out of it. I'm going to be called Bear Beast Studios, which might be an adult site or something, so don't Google that yet. I could make a Care Bear, yes. We could get the pink fur and just fur it up. I could make one of the burbles from Thundercats. Remember them? Those were dumb. The world did not need those. Alexa, stop. Ooh, a slime bear is a good idea. All right, I'm going to have to focus again because I'm mixing my plaster. No lumps.
There will be remnants of this forever.
There could be.
So if you don't try to repair the mold itself,
You can't because it's erosion. Repair the Grand Canyon. It's erosion. What happens is the latex is every time you pull it through, it's eroding that. It's eroding the rock surface of the mold. So you lose a little bit of detail, and you are, you know, it's bad for it.
owl bear, man bear, pig, clown bear, bugbear.
Remember, clown bear will cost 3 times extra.
Done a bugbear, actually.
What's that?
Bugbear.
Yes, I've done bugbears for the Monster Museum.
Shark bear.
Bear shark. Perfect. So now I got a little bit in the mouth. I'm going to go around, and once again, I'm hitting the point in between the mold and the sculpture. That's what I want to secure first. The mold wall and the sculpture, that area. I'm going to hit that all the way around it. All I want out of this bucket is to paint it all over this surface. Once it's all painted up on this surface, then I'll be able to start building up. I'll go to fabric next.
I was at the theme park for 10 years as FX department director and attraction design. This is Chris Russell.
Okay.
Designed and built 8 haunted houses and all the monsters to go in my commercial building studio in Mississippi.
That's awesome. Man, I love hearing that, man.
Thanks for the response about the 100 people.
No problem. I love that phone, and it's so easy to get. For me.
Asking no show this year to say hi.
Yeah, sucks. And I'll be honest with you, Chris, you and Justin Mabry came up to me at a Trans World because you guys were walking around together. I was at my booth, and you two stopped and said, "Hey, man, we really enjoy your YouTube videos." And I was a little floored, you know, because at that point, you know, I didn't even know anybody was watching. I was just kind of making them. But that was over 10 years ago. I've been doing the YouTube videos for 12 years now. You know, you've had Twisted Toy Box, and then you did the theme park stuff. That's cool. That's good.
How are you going to get that the teeth out of the mold?
I'm gonna clean them out. I'm gonna pull them out. It's clay. I'm gonna get them out the same way I would always get them out.
Is plaster a good medium to make foam bowls, or should I go more pricey and do silicone?
I would do silicone. If you can do it, man, do silicone. It's just so much easier, and the time and it's less wear and tear on the mold. There's always a danger of ripping your foam piece when you're pulling out of a plaster mold. I would definitely go silicone. It's pricey, but you'll save time and money in the long run. Pulling foam-filled stuff out of a mold, it's a bear. No pun intended. So right now, all I'm doing, you'll notice I'm not putting this on and brushing around. I'm loading up my brush, and I'm touching it to the sculpture, and I'm letting it come off of my brush. Maybe one dab, and that's it. And then And then I am moving on. Because I have to work a little bit fast. I have plaster here. I want to work fast. So I can get this mold done and go to sleep. Now you all see my true motivations. I want to build up a good bit in the corners of the mouth so that I can just keep pouring into the mouth. If I can keep pouring thin stuff into the mouth because I build up the walls on the outside, that's a good thing. Because the thin stuff is still going to set up just as hard, but it's going to let me capture good detail in there.
Do you have an endoscopic camera to look inside molds, nooks, and crannies?
I don't. I might get one day, but that's after I get myself a big laser cutter.
I want to cast hollow pumpkin shells out of foam, so I can make a lot quickly. Paper clay at the shape.
Okay, so why do you want them to be hollow? Because hollow with foam is actually very difficult. But you could get something like a 10 or 15 pound foam with a slower rise time and a slower kick time. And then rotocast it inside of like a silicone mold with a fiberglass or resin shell.
Are you using burlap on that side too?
I will, yes. I'm not having any right now. I did the back in like 2 batches, and the front is going to take probably 4 batches. There's just more detail to worry about. And that's one of the reasons I do the back first, is so that I can, you know, rest the mold on that back that I just did. If I did the front first, I'd be fighting gravity. Right now, gravity is with me. Me and gravity are bros.
Oh, there's cobwebs and candlesticks.
Hey, cobwebs. Are you back on, or did you were quiet for a while?
He hasn't been on. Plastic pumpkin buckets make great molds.
Yeah, I bet they would. What?
Everybody was so late. The cobwebs and candlesticks
Oh.
just got here.
Maybe he only wants to see the fun stuff. Maybe he only comes here for the shrimp jokes. So teeth are probably the most important part of a monster mask. And you just have to make sure that they come out of the mold right. My moving jaw werewolf, I have one tooth. It was so dry that the tooth broke off in the middle of the molding process. I fixed it, but I have to Dremel that tooth now every time. And boy, what a pain in the buttocks that is.
Cobweb says, I've been working all day rebuilding a workshop in my garage. I just came in and I saw a bear.
So, what's going to happen on Wednesday? All right, what's going to happen on Wednesday is that, oh boy, I set you on my foot, that didn't work. On Wednesday, I have 12 different things that I either want or need to sculpt and mold. And we're going to narrow it down to 3, and then we'll vote on the 3.
Wednesday is Beast Man.
Well, you know what? He's on the list, but I don't know that he'll make it to. I don't know that he will make it.
Did you say you need me Tuesday or Wednesday, said Stacy?
Tuesday. Because the wife will be at work.
Merman, Hammerhead.
I'll read you guys the list while I'm waiting on this layer of plaster to firm up. There's 12. And one of them is Batham AS.
Eastman or Merman? This is, here we go. Ezekiel says, you're going to narrow it down. Eastman.
You have to be careful because wet clay teeth, they're just not solid, you know. And I could with the brush hit one and move it out of place, and I wouldn't even know. You don't even know, like you don't know.
Alan, what did you end up naming the bear?
Grizzlore, Lore, because we're going to have him make some stories. And someone mentioned Grizzlore, the He-Man character, and I'm like, yeah. And then I don't know, somebody mentioned that lore, Lore, would be good instead of LOR, and I just like that. And then Big Dog picked it. It was Big Dog's pick. I was at the mercy of Big Dog.
Ezekiel says, oh wait, three-eyed goat is making a fast approach. Jerry Collins says, Shannon, tell Alan his shoes are no tie.
Yeah, I know I'm wearing the wrong shoes for being in the shop, but it's my shop. I shouldn't wear open-toe shoes in the shop.
Eastman and Hammerhead are your front-runner candidates, so I would campaign for either a Cthulhu or a Baphomet. I want the pumpkins hollow for lighting purposes. My idea was to make a foam shelf and then paper clay that way. I can cut out any face I want, but avoid paper mache shells.
Okay.
In 1980, MKE is telling a joke. Would you like to hear a joke?
I will listen to one of his jokes.
A tall guy and a little person go to a happy hour after work. The sign says beer, $1 drafts. They both order two.
Is that it?
That's all I have so far.
Okay.
Tall guy goes to pay his tab and the barkeep says $2. The little person does the same and the little person is charged 16.
That's discrimination. That's not a joke. That's serious. I'm reminding the plaster that it's a liquid. Because right now it's hitting that stage where it is a non-Newtonian fluid. And I have to kind of remind it it's a liquid and that it can flow where I want it to go.
Captain Mojo says this joke is more drawn out than the Hobbit movies.
Ain't wrong there.
Little one person complains, the barkeep says, yes, beer is $1, and the shrimp cocktails are $8.
Oh.
Okay, onward. Baphomet goes way back to Babylonian times.
Yes, it does.
These are fertility gods, why she has a sex organs. Pretty crazy.
I'm not going to judge what you're into. I mean, I will, but not while you're here with us. If I could get this sucker, you know, if I could get those teeth all covered in with this batch, that'd be amazing. And it's going to be close.
Sorry, vague post about the pumpkin shells. That's why I was asking for the Home Depot foam and using plaster or silicone.
Yeah, I mean, I would silicone mold. And it sounds like you're going to want to do a 2-piece outer mold, and then a core of some kind to keep them hollow.
Puppy charging station is now full.
That's right.
They always make him or her out to be satanic. He always gets a bum rap.
Okay. I mean, you gotta admit, it looks a little Satan-y. Once you go goat, you can't go back. Okay, I'm going to do a little bit of doctoring with the next batch, but I pretty much got that mouth all filled in, nice and smooth. Is that kitty giving you problems? Okay. All right, sorry I'm quiet, guys, but I concentrate when I'm getting this low, you know? I feel like I have plenty of working time with my material, so I'm not worried about that. But I am ready for fabric on this very next go-round. And that is a wonderful thing, because that'll keep me lighter. Okay. Alexa, what time is it?
It's 10:41 p.m.
Alexa, countdown. 6 minutes.
Alarm for what time?
Alexa, set a countdown for 6 minutes.
6 minutes. Starting now.
I do have a bucket. I'm not just like right in my sink. I have a bucket. So know that I'm not washing plaster down my sink. What's that, love? Oh. Yes, he is.
Does hydrocal expire or charge or change at all over time?
It's a rock, so in the bag it can expire, yes, because it just absorbs too much humidity from the air, and it kind of kicks or loses its ability to crystallize. But if it's all mixed up, then no.
I've used rubber balloons filled with sand as a pour. Or hollow concrete planters, the balloon is weighed and it won't rise in the wet cement. Afterwards, just pop them out and put sand.
And now my wife is going to tell you a story,
Oh, gracious.
or a joke, or about her day. Something. I'll be right back.
Trying to think of where last we left off. Rules of the house. Okay, so in the chapter of team hops being massive animal lovers, this time of year where we live, there are lots of turtles crossing the road. Actually, I think in the spring with the rains that lots of times people have turtles crossing roads. But Alan is a big lover of turtles. Well, he loves all animals. So do I. But we keep in our cars supplies so we can rescue turtles. So as they are going across the road, we have to stop. And I'm telling you, I don't care how late we are. I don't care what we're going to, what's going on. If he sees a turtle, we have to stop. And we have gloves and t-shirts and things that we use. Because if it's a snapping turtle, he still is going to get it. But you got to get the turtle. And stops, gets the turtle going in the direction that it was going to the other side of the road, and then we can get back in the car. And this is an absolute must. This does not change. Anytime he spots a turtle, and this comes from a love of a turtle that he had long back before I ever met him, named Tortilla, and I think he was a red ear slider for those of you who know about turtles, but he is an absolute animal lover. We both are. And anytime we find something that needs rescuing, tends to rescue them. Right now we have 7 pets, and that's amazing to me because we could easily have more. But there is your little bit of trivia. He loves turtles, and
I do love turtles.
and if he sees a turtle, he will stop and get the turtle. He has not brought any turtles home, and right now the big thing that we have the cats bringing us is crawfish. Bringing crawfish in the house. Big, mean crawfish. And there you go. Save the turtles. It's about saving the turtles when we see them going across the road.
Yes. Save the turtles. Okay, let us clean. Touching my plaster. I want it to just kind of start getting warm before I do the next layer. And I think if I play my cards right, the next layer could be the last layer.
Cobwebs, we've got a little bit of everything. We do have a lot of turtles where we live. Turtles are both faster and dirtier than TMNT, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the Beach of the League. I had damn turtle crawling up over my fence. Wow.
Turtles are surprisingly mobile for how much they're carrying on their backs. It's remarkable.
Lisa, we have 3 dogs and 4 cats.
Yeah, she does kill my scary image at for story time. Okay.
When the self-cloning crawfish are getting the table turn. I'll just say it was a very angry crawfish.
All right. Alexa, what time is it?
It's 10:47 p.m.
Okay, we're gonna knock this sucker out. Here we go. Alexa, stop.
Here in Massachusetts, we have lots of wild turkeys. Too, you like those cool?
Yeah, where were we where we saw those wild turkeys, honey?
Indiana.
We were in Indiana, we saw a bunch of wild turkeys.
Would you want to make a Cujo head?
Not especially. I don't need one. If I needed one, I would want to make one. I normally make what I need. And I don't know that there's a lot of people clamoring to get the Cujo head. Are you saying that you want the Cujo head? Is that what you're trying to tell me? That's birthday boy, right?
Larry Hughes' birthday. I used to have 2 red ear sliders and a box turtle. I've always loved fish tanks and lizards.
Yeah, I had a red-eared slider when I was a kid. His name was Peter. I don't know why his name was
Peter
Peter.
the turtle?
Yep.
Bet you had tortilla.
Well, that was when I lived in Orlando. But when I was a kid, we had Peter the turtle.
That is true, 1980. Turkey was what Ben Franklin wanted. Good turkey.
Very close to cracked earth right now. Much more water than I had before. Kind of going for broke on this. I made a bigger batch.
Yeah, that was Indiana wild turkeys. They were beautiful.
Yeah.
Really beautiful. Richard McGrath says, it's almost 5 a.m. here, so I'm going to hit the garage now, put Metallica on, and make stuff.
Hooray! That's awesome.
Yes, Paul, that is Jonesy.
Don't put Metallica on too loud because neighbors and it's 5 a.m. But I highly suggest the Ride the Lightning album. That's a good one.
You'll be eating evil every Thanksgiving. That's possible. Turkey tastes better. Art Lady Bluntzy says, where's your mask? I'm not sure. I think that was funny. I love turkey hunting. Lots of walking and calling. Larry says, sorry, yes, I was asking if you would want to make me a Cujo head.
I can make you one, yes, if you would like a Cujo head out of this bare mold. It would be close. The shorter snout I used to have on this would be better, but I probably could just cut. I could just cut that 1/2 inch back out in latex and put it back together.
Ezekiel says, I used to have a duck named Psycho Duck.
Tugboat Psycho Duck. First off, you had a duck? That's interesting. Oh. See, this is why you always make sure you have enough fabric cut and ready before you mix up your plaster. Alexa, countdown, 2 minutes.
2 minutes, starting now.
I hadn't cut my fabric for this piece of the mold. So now I'm racing the clock because I didn't stop and think, do I have fabric ready to go? Honey, would you let her out? She wants to go outside. She got up, she walked over to the door, realized she wouldn't fit.
She outside? Come on,
Bella will not fit through the door with that cone on her head.
I think she just wanted to lay on the floor.
Okay, maybe she got hot.
Watching me. Proud.
Yeah, we've been a long time without an accident in the house for puppies, which is really nice.
Especially for you.
Is there a lot of Metallica talk now, honey?
Yep.
Okay.
Everybody's
Perfect.
talking about ducks, turkeys, and Metallica.
Alexa, how much time is left on my timer?
Your 2-minute timer is ringing, and there are
Thank
no other timers set.
Alexa, stop. My 2-minute timer was just to let the plaster, remember? Let the water soak into the plaster. I feel like I have enough now fabric, burlap. I got that ready, off screen. Kind of on screen. All right, gang, we're gonna kill it. Shape shift, look to the west and move swift. Yeah, good stuff. Back to the meaning, back to the meaning. Okay. I have a cow puzzle in my freezer. You mean a cow muzzle? Is that what you mean? What? Okay, I'm getting the plaster mixed. This is probably a buttermilk consistency. That's how thick it is. Buttermilk. And I'm going to paint a layer on first because I want this to go on wet plaster. It's just going to stick better. We're going to paint the layer on first. I don't have to be near as delicate now because everything is encased in stone. I was being so careful before because that clay was right there on the surface and I could mess it up. But now it's all encased in stone. And I'm probably not going to crack this apart tonight because I don't want to clean it all the way. And if I crack it apart, I got to put it, I could crack it apart. Let's see how it goes. It's 11 o'clock. I might err on the side of naps.
Crack it apart tomorrow night.
Yeah, well, tomorrow morning I'll crack it apart. And this is another thing that this is doing and why I'm painting on this layer is because this is evening out this surface. This surface has some lumps and bumps on it, and this is evening it out. So that's stopping air bubbles from getting trapped in the next layer when we start putting on fabric.
you.
What's that?
It's all you.
You want me to read it?
It's all you.
Maps are good. Who is Booze keeping alive?
This is all, everybody's having a conversation about music now.
Oh, okay.
But 1980s, tell me another joke. It's all for you.
So he was good at Hyde. Oh, 1980. This starts to be the point in the mold where I'm thinking, I feel like Richard Dreyfuss, this means something. As I'm building my little tower here.
Just watched John Carpenter's Body Bag last night. So good.
I watched that yesterday. Yeah, it was very good. You know what? Today I watched a underrated 80s horror movie called Spellcaster. It's on Tubi. Tubi is a free app to watch movies. This isn't a commercial event or anything, but I'm really enjoying Tubi because they have so many obscure horror movies. There's one called Spellcaster, and it was good. Lots of cool monsters in it. It was nice. Well done, for the time. And it wasn't like a boob fest like a lot of them are, which was good.
That's when I usually watch.
Yeah, my wife has the ability. If I'm watching a horror movie, she will only walk into the room when there's boobs on the screen. Like, that's the only time she'll come in. It could be, a 2-hour movie and there's 5 minutes of boobs. That's when she shows up. It's a gift that she has. And she's like, what are you watching? And I swear it's a monster movie. There's one boob in the whole movie and you walked in. Right then. Every time. Which reminds me of a time when she was walking behind me and she saw my computer and I was Googling knockers and pasties. What I was actually Googling was knocker, the English mining spirit, and pasties, which are a miner's lunch. It's a pie that they make. Which, by the way, are delicious.
So delicious.
Because I was trying to find more information on knocker mine spirits for the Monster Museum.
It's not sure. Doing a little high school level Google.
Well, exploring the internets.
Watched Sweetheart on Netflix today. Great monster.
Sweetheart. Okay. Alexa, remind me to watch Sweetheart tomorrow at 1
When should I
p.m.
remind you?
1 p.m.
Okay. I'll remind you tomorrow at 1 p.m.
There you go. I'm pretty sure I'll be in the shop about that time. And I'll watch Sweetheart.
You know what's funny about this group is that they're not remotely listening to you.
They don't care what I'm
They
doing.
are not. You told a funny story about boobs. You told a funny story about Googling, and they're not even remarking. They're all talking about movies and music, and that's where they are.
Okay, are you a big Cujo fan, Larry? Is that like one of your formative horror movies? I mention Cujo a lot when I'm training because when I'm training actors for haunts.
Say yes.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, and I can see how this this snout and head, you know, especially since I've removed the ears, I can do dog ears on it, would make a good Cujo head. I can see that.
Have you watched the new Creep Show series? I like the effects. Not overwhelming CGI.
I agree. I have watched the new Creep Show series and I enjoy it.
Sweetheart, monster, good inspiration for your haunt mission.
Really? Is it a water monster? Cool.
What's your Cujo advice for training?
Oh, it's it talks. I talk about the difference between comedy and horror is distance. If you think about a bear chasing, you know, in a John Candy movie, you'll see a bear chasing John Candy across on the other side of the lake, and it's hilarious. John Candy's running from a bear. That's funny. It's distance. You're far away from it. But if you want that bear to be scary, then you put your point of view inside of a car, and you have that bear's head fill the frame as he's trying to get in the window, like they did with Cujo. So they took a Saint Bernard dog that really isn't that scary looking, and they made it terrifying because every time that they shot him scary, they made him fill the frame. And the closeness is what made it scary. Distance is the difference between comedy and horror.
Cobwebs, did I hear movies? That's it.
You did. I did mention the word boobs. Maybe. I think I said boobs. Yes, the great outdoors.
Trying to decipher which comments are part of the ongoing conversation or question. Okay, Ronald Wright also belongs to the reaction.
Yes, it does.
I remember watching an earlier video you made of a Cujo head out of a paper buildup.
I made a Ku Sith head. It did look a lot like Cujo because they're similar built hounds. Yes, a Ku Sith is one of the fairy dogs. And yeah, it did look a lot like Cujo. It's actually my introductory vid for the channel.
Right now, kids are asking about boobs.
Sorry. We did say it was educational. Yes, Cujo is a Saint Bernard. He doesn't remember writing it at all. That's awesome. Because that probably made him a lot of money. Yeah, it's good writing. I mean, he does everything that he needs to do to make that dog scary. All right, so now I'm kind of going around and I'm making sure that all of this is covered in bandages. Bandages being burlap, keeping it nice. I'm going to keep a nice thin mold. I'll make a strong mold.
Remember you with heating guns test if it's hot on your hand. Do you still have that bad habit?
Well, I don't think it's a bad habit. I think it's very useful to know if your heat gun is working or not. You want to go around with a heat gun that isn't functional.
How do you
You're
make
just-
teeth?
What? That was out of nowhere. How do you make teeth? What kind of teeth? Because there's so many different techniques of how to make teeth. If I just wanted loose teeth, I would probably make them out of polymer clay and bake them in an oven. If I needed a lot of teeth, like I needed teeth piles when we did the tooth fairy, we sculpted some and piled some up, and then we made silicone molds and did whole resin tooth piles all at one time. I'm so happy to have this bear molded. There's always that danger, because we're in Texas and it gets hot. There's always a danger that a sculpture will die, you know, if you're waiting to mold it for too long.
I watched your skull wig stand video and you had hot glue teeth.
Yeah, okay, so I have a video on making those too. I have a video on making the hot glue teeth. It is called teeth plates or tooth plates. And if you sent me a message somewhere, I could get you a link to that video. I don't think Scott or Michael are on anymore to find that video quickly and send you a link. But I can do it after if I get a message somewhere. But you take a Silpat baking sheet, and you get white fabric hot glue. And you simply put down teardrop shapes, then you cut off the ends in order to make them look like teeth. And they look pretty good.
Say tooth plate?
Yeah. It's a pretty early video.
Here you go, Shay.
Hey, I think that my wife, Gregory Haynes, thank you so much. I think that my wife is sending you a link.
There it is.
I don't see it. And a little behind the scenes icon. Thank you, Gregory. Okay, so we're building this mold up, and now I'm going to start reinforcing some things. Like this edge down here, gotta walk all the way around the tripod. This edge is not near as thick as I want it to be. I am trying to keep this mold very light, but I need strength right here on this edge. I just need it. Honey, I can't see anything now, so.
Thank you, Gregory. We have your order. Just ordered a shirt.
Oh, very cool, Gregory. Awesome.
I remember that video. I think I've seen every one that you got on YouTube, but not all the Facebook ones.
Yeah, you know what? And the Facebook ones are just harder to catalog and stuff. You know, I did some on Haunters Hangout. I did a couple on Latex Mass Central. I did a few on my page, and you got to kind of bounce around. I don't like Facebook because it's not a catalogable thing. I think I'm going to do this one more time. This is an extreme exercise in trust. I have to trust myself that I got 2 layers of fabric everywhere over this whole thing. And I think I did. But these are thinner molds than I'm used to making. What's that, love?
You are so awesome. I watched 3 videos and found this live video to subscribe. Trying to make plastic skull sunflowers look antique and learn amazing techniques from you using antique gel.
Oh, very cool. Awesome.
Jesse Papa Bear. No, we don't have the green shirts on yet because we don't have a printer yet. We gotta find, we're waiting for t-shirt printers, I guess, to become essential.
Yeah,
right
now they're not being printed.
Yeah, we don't have anyone who can print them yet. Or the company that makes our shirts is unable to get them at the moment. What kind of antique gel do you use? What did you use?
I use Tandy Leather Stain, Gel Antique. The color name is Saddle Tan. Tandy Leather Stain, Gel Antique, Saddle Tan. That is what I use. I love Saddle Tan. It's a beautiful color. It is the bacon of paint. Okay, now I'm going to take my tool here. I'm going to scrapen up this wall. I'm going to take a guess that your name is pronounced Cheyenne. Is that correct? And do you make stuff a lot? Because now I'm very interested to find out what skull sunflowers look like. Right, wife? Sean Regal helping out with the links. Can't do a link, but he's posted an item number.
I saw a video you did on EBA called finger extensions on gloves. You still have that video up. I looked for it, I couldn't find it.
I haven't done an instructional video on it. I've just done videos of me making them. I don't give measurements or anything, so just do it. That's a product that I sell, so it's not one I'm going to give like super detailed, here's exactly how I make them, because I sell them. So, but the idea is simple, and you can take the idea and make it yourself. A lot of what I do is I sell time to people who don't have time to make these things. All right, I am going to do one more batch of plaster. I'm going to use up all of this. Okay, honey.
Yes.
I see up on the screen we have a quote from E.G. Scary. A message about he won the auction. It has shipped already.
Material falls good from 5-inch teeth from Don't Be a Monster. You already shipped it. You shipped Friday.
How can we
And,
get him his tracking number?
Is there a, okay,
My wife's going to figure out how to get you the tracking number because we have it, but it wasn't a normal order through PayPal or whatever like we normally do. So we did not get you the tracking number, but it's on its way to you.
got something
Good night, Stacy. All right, I'm gonna mix up another batch. I'm just gonna go. I'm not gonna worry about cleaning out my bucket. We're just gonna work. Well, EG, we appreciate it. And that auction was for a very good cause, so it's cool.
Okay. If I have a tracking number for you, if you will write us, that will get me in.
Tell them how to write us.
If you will write us, please, send that, I'll have an email address, and that way I can get the information to you.
Yes. Okay. We are moving along. I was supposed to film my YouTube Wednesday today, but I didn't. So now I gotta film it tomorrow.
Where can I get bulk silicone at a good price?
Biddy Mold Supply. You'll never get silicone at a good price, but Biddy Mold Supply has enough varieties of silicone that you can get what you need for the best price possible. When Hinges Creek buys silicone, they buy from Biddy Mold Supply. And they buy it in 5-gallon kits, 5 and 10-gallon kits. You could always risk it by buying from China, but I wouldn't do that.
Okay. Not sure why it's not showing up on your screen, but it's showing up on my app. It's showing up here. It's not showing up when I'm writing. I'm sending out the email address. It's here.
Well, yeah, I see your post, but I don't ever see when you say like,
It's still be Studios Gmail.
yeah.
It's here, but it's not there.
It's
I don't know
interesting.
why. As long as I've got it.
Yeah. And did you answer Cheyenne?
Yes.
Okay.
I've answered Ed, I've answered Cheyenne, I've answered Edie.
Anybody else want to ask Shannon a question that she has to work extra for? She loves it.
How do I glue a rubber mask to silk flowers? Hot glue won't work.
No, because the hot glue won't stick to the rubber. So I would use contact cement or wire them together. Wire them together.
Did you try? Oh. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, wire zip ties. When we make the plant creature mask that we do here at Still Beast, we have ferns that come off of masks, and we actually zip tie them on as well as glue, because it's hard to get a good bond. The plastic that they make artificial flower stems out of, almost no glue will glue it. So you really have to find a way to wire it together. And it takes longer, it's a pain in the butt, but that's how it needs to be done. Yes? Here's where you find out I'm a terrible person. When is Mother's Day?
Mother's Day is, in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mailing days.
It's in 5 mailing days.
Today is Sunday, it is next Sunday. That would give you 5 working days to get it to a post office.
Though I couldn't guarantee it the way shipping is right now. Shipping right now is terrible all over the country. I would not feel good about doing it. You know what I mean? I don't know that we could. Today's Sunday, right, honey?
Yes.
Yeah, so tomorrow's Monday. Best I could do, it goes in the mail Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It's possible, but I can't guarantee it. Shoot me a message, Mr. Jimmy. Shoot me a Facebook message.
What store would carry contact cement or antique gel?
Contact cement you can get at Home Depot, Weldwood contact cement. The antique gel you want to get from Tandy Leather. If you don't have a Tandy Leather store in your area, then you will probably need to buy it online.
Yes, Jesse Papa Bear, you have 5 days to shop for your mother.
That's right, that's all you got.
That's it.
Make it count. See the valuable information we give you here on the Still Peace Studios live casts? It's not all about cats and puppies.
It's supposed to.
It's about family connections and cats and puppies. Sometimes monsters. Okay. Plaster dries out your hands really good. That's why I normally will throw on some gloves. Alexa, countdown, 2 minutes.
2 minutes, starting now.
Okay, I'm just cleaning off my table in between. Whatever using any kind of new adhesive, I strongly recommend you read the label. Read the label to learn how it works and do what the label says. Used correctly, Gorilla Glue is an amazing adhesive. Most people don't use it correctly. Used correctly, contact cement is an amazing adhesive. Most people don't use it correctly. Honey, I see some of these, so would Gorilla Hot Glue adhere to the rubber? No, nothing adheres to latex except for latex and contact cement. Any other glue just doesn't flex enough and it breaks off. E6000 might do it, but E6000 won't grab onto your flowers very well. So, Scott Colthart has put up my email a couple times for you, so you can email. Alexa, stop. Happen in Mojo, why are you saying don't put your email up? My email is pretty easy to get. It's you add Gmail to the end of the channel name. No, none of those are good adhesives for latex. JD Weld has no flex at all, so it's just going to break off.
Okay. The Gorilla Hot glue works, but not good as good on rubber.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. I just wanted to make sure of that. Yeah, don't put up your email, we put up our email. And on our website, you can always hit info too and email us through the website. That is perfectly fine. Okay, and I have a whole nother batch of plaster. This time we got mix and it's fresh enough. I don't feel the need to paint it on there. It's not that dry.
My two skeletons I purchased from Home Depot, skull and neck area, broke detached from body. So I tried to use Gorilla Glue to stay attached. I hope it will work.
I would probably go from the inside and then use something on the inside to make them hold together better. Give them a skeleton because they're hollow. William Cabral asking, do I believe in God? Absolutely I do. Please watch him in case he goes crazy. That's a heck of an opener, William. You might want to start with a hello. That'll ease you into conversations better. While I believe in that, I also believe in the common courtesy of conversation. And right now I'm making a bear monster mask. And while you have ideals, I would rather you not try to shove them down the throat of anybody else who's watching this for enjoyment.
Are you doing the nose flat on purpose?
No, the bear's muzzle is just kind of flat, you know. There's no real point in rounding it. Yeah, just the muzzle is flat.
How can you praise the devil while claiming to believe in God?
Okay, so, William, I do not praise the devil. And I can absolutely believe in God. So, there you go.
When did you praise the devil?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't ever praise the devil. Yeah, we're watching you closely, William. It is highly likely that you are discourteous. It is possible you're an idiot. And that's what I'm watching out for. And we're going to boot you if you can't play well with others. Because frankly, you're not doing a good showing for God. You're not the guy that I want doing his marketing.
I want to send you a picture of what I'm trying to attempt to make, but I don't see a spot to send a picture through your email.
Send us an email, we'll send you an email back, and then it works just like regular email. And you can attach an image. But you'll have to send us one, then we'll respond and say, sure, send a pic, and then it's a regular email.
Monsters are the creation of evil spirits, but I mean no harm.
I disagree with you. Why on earth do you think that monsters are the creation of evil spirits? Why do you believe that? I'm very interested in this. Why do you think that monsters are even evil? Is the shark evil because it has big teeth? No. No, it's not. Why do you think that monsters are evil? Because they eat people? Tigers eat people. Tigers aren't evil.
Monsters are not made in the image of God. Say the word. Ready.
Okay, that's fine. Neither are rocks. Are rocks evil? Are rocks evil? If you're telling me rocks are evil, I think you're an idiot. I can believe in God. I can be a Christian. I can have strong, positive beliefs. And I can be nice to everybody no matter what they believe in. That's fine, but your argument as for why monsters were evil was because they weren't made in the image of God. Neither are tigers. Are tigers evil? Hit me up. Let me know. We can talk about this because I don't mind talking about it, but you're going to be polite. Because right now you're on my forum. And frankly, you are doing such a butcher job marketing for God that you're upsetting me. We talk about a lot of heavy things on this. Is what I do evil? No. No, you can't make me believe that it is. I'm a haunted house guy. I scare people for a living. And scare tactics, the church uses all the time. That's a huge tactic of the church. And I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just saying that's a way to get things done. I scare people too. Maybe every time I jump out from behind a curtain and someone goes, "Oh my God, Jesus Christ," they're not saying the Lord's name in vain. I'm reminding them of their connection to Him, and every time they say that, it counts as a prayer. I inspire lots of prayer while I'm working in the haunt. So, there you go. Yeah, if you're going to market for God, you should be good at marketing, and you were kind of a jerk.
Are you ready to press on?
I'm ready to press on.
We already have Kenneth Copeland asking for people's stimulus checks and looking like a wax bust of the Red Death Gaming mascot. Happy motion. Okay, I'm gonna press on, everybody. Thank you.
We are.
We are pressing on.
Okay. I was going to beat him up some more. I was ready.
I forgot, how long does it take to dry to split it open?
Oh, I'd be able to split this open probably 30 minutes from right now. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to get the mold done tonight.
Okay, William was about to block you.
Yeah, go ahead and block William.
You're out. Happy Halloween. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Let's press on and have fun, guys.
And that was fun. I didn't mind that. But anyway,
What's going on? We're pressing on. That's
yeah.
not why we're here. He's gone.
You know what? Here's the kicker, okay? I care about what I do. I care about what I do. What I do is not wrong, and it really angers me when people assume or accuse me of being in league with the devil or whatever it is. Every time that someone escapes me in the haunted house, they feel like a superhero. They're empowered. They survived. An antelope never feels more alive than when it just got away from a lion. And I play that lion to make people feel good. Big deal. I don't know. I can't see any wrong in what I do. I can't see anything wrong in what I do. I just can't. I have too much love for it. I will champion monsters. That's one of the things that I just meant to do. So there you go. And the closed-mindedness and just frankly poorly researched tactics upset me. I apologize if I got a little preachy there, guys. I wonder how many boards he goes to and does that garbage. But I do always try to be civil. I always try to be civil. And this mold is looking very sexy.
You were civil. You were civil. But he's not having a civil conversation with you, and now it's a waste of your time.
Yeah.
And there are lots of people out here who do want your time, and you're giving it to.
That's true.
That is not the way to give that to.
Wife is right.
Here we go. Thing is that I'm working on a Jingo Vet jetpack for a cosplayer.
Cool.
That's cool.
That's awesome.
For a lot of us, this is our place to be good friends and enjoy learning from it. That's right. I agree. Guarantees we have more peace and love on this channel than most. Hey, Dan Henry. Alan, I came in late. I did catch bits of the last issue. I'm a follower of Jesus, and I want you to know that our duty is to love our neighbor, period. Hope you're well. Don't let them bug you. Thanks, Dan.
That's frustrating to me. Why do so many people hate Christians? Because of William. Thanks, William.
The thing about this is that he doesn't know you,
No.
and if he knew what caliber of man you were, he would want to sit down and have a proper conversation, not jump in and be aggressive and then apologize, aggressive, apologize. And they'll never get a chance to, so
Yeah.
we're going to press on. Let's see. Does it matter if you leave the mold overnight instead of opening it in 1 hour?
No, it doesn't. Now, there's this beautiful time, and I have time to talk because I'm firming up, as they say. There's this beautiful time when the plaster is very warm, and it creates a layer of steam in between the clay and the mold. And that is when it's easiest to open up and it's easiest to pull the clay out. So by waiting until tomorrow morning, my mold will be harder. I don't have to be gingerly with it like I would tonight if I did it tonight, but it'll be a little harder to remove the clay. Just a little, not much. You know what? You guys all have been amazing through this whole quarantine thing, because Shannon and I are going live a lot more in order to yes, give some peace of mind and some normalcy to folks out there, because the world is so crazy and changing every day. But also it's good for us. You know, it's good for us. It's something good for us to do. So
My son was Boba Fett last year for Halloween. Couldn't find a good-looking helmet, so I bought a Jango Fett helmet, customized it into a Boba Fett. That's
Good.
so cool.
yeah, I think Mandalorians are going to be huge. Boba Fett is making a big comeback because the TV show is just so good. just so good.
You guys are pretty sweet. Thank you so much for all the support. Thank you. Very kind. You guys are wonderful.
Most monsters are just friends you haven't met yet, unless you choose to demonize them. And then the demon's in you. It's not in the monster. It's in you. Can't do that.
Does that keep fuse in the burlap, and that is how it adds strength?
The burlap is a very loose weave. So, and I'm at a point where I'm taking these gloves off anyway. The burlap is a very loose weave. So this functions just like rebar in concrete. This is just a binder inside of there. I've got 3 or 4 layers. And there's plaster on this side of it, and there's plaster going through it, and there's plaster on this side of it. And it's one more thing just to keep it from cracking and shifting. William, I like that you're still on. Hang out and be quiet. Right now, you're in the presence of some of the nicest and best people I've ever met. Hang out. You want to judge us? Don't just show up and start talking. Watch us. And we're worth a darn, I promise. All right, so right now I'm making a mold for the bear mask. The bear mask is, I sculpted it live a few days ago. And I'm just smoothing it out, that's all.
Thank you, Have it in Mojo. Let me go see. Question got buried. Hi, oh, I got it, Have it in Mojo. Hi, I own a werewolf mask, but it's in pretty bad shape. Would you be able to fix it for me?
I could teach you how to fix it. If I fix it for you, then it would probably not be cost effective. But is it a latex mask, and what's wrong with it? How old is it? Is it a collector's item, or is it just a mask you think is cool? All those factors need to be considered when you're trying to figure out when you're trying to fix something versus replace it. Thanks, Dan. Hey, Dan, I've known you a long time and I trust you. If you want to pull William aside and have a conversation about what we do for a living, I don't think this is the right forum for it, because Dan makes masks just like I do, and William could stand to be informed. I think we have a noble profession. I'm biased, yes.
Like, to keep it from cracking, if you can't get to plaster for a few days. If you can.
Yes, I put a plastic bag over it, and if it's really going to dry out and you're worried about that, then what I do is I'll take a shop towel or whatever, some shop rags, I'll wet those in water, and then put them over top, and then put the plastic bag over it. And that water is just going to go right back into the clay. You can keep a clay sculpture going for months. This one sat here for several weeks, I think, at least a full week, in Texas heat, you know, so. All right, so we're there. We're firmed up. We have a plaster mold. I want to stand it up the way it should be.
Okay. Now I blocked him. I blocked, you have to block him. I'm not the
Scott
administrator.
Coldhart does. Or,
But I can't. I'm just blocking him from what I'm seeing.
oh, I gotcha. But he's being very civil now. We're fine.
Hey, why don't they take it off for you?
Okay, there we go. Scott, I appreciate you handling that, sir. Thank you. I need to hop on and make Shannon Hops a moderator.
Sure do.
So you know what's cool, guys? This is part of running a business. This is part of running a haunted house business. Shannon Hops is now a moderator for my channel.
Thank you. Feeling good?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, if you look for evil, you'll find evil. If you look for friends, you'll find friends. That's just how the world works. And when you jump in and assume, you're wrong. I don't mean to keep harping on that, but I'm getting this mold stood back up. Okay, I gotta look underneath here. I think I have some plaster that might have overhung. Oh, you know what? It overhung the mold itself right here. It's not on the bust. That's good. Now see, all that plaster that's there is, this clay, I mean, this clay is completely usable again, except it has all these little hard chips in it of plaster. So, Alexa, countdown, 15 minutes.
15 minutes, starting now.
All right, in 15 minutes, I'll be ending the broadcast. If you have any questions, go ahead and ask them, and I'll get to them. Yeah, I'm gonna open it up. It won't take long, and I want to see it too. It won't take long. I'm gonna open it.
Okay, are you close enough so they can see?
Well, yes, I think so. Yeah, with all the craziness we've had tonight, let's open this mold up. We deserve it. We deserve a mold opening. This is like it's like Christmas morning because there's presents.
Is Hyperpal stronger than Hobby Lobby stuff? What's the difference?
Yes, this is an industrial grade tooling plaster. This is actually much stronger than something like the plaster of Paris you would get at Hobby Lobby. Plaster of Paris, it's not going to hit the same ratios, you know. It is meaning it's not going to be as consistent. Sometimes it'll cure, sometimes it won't. And that won't work for what we do here.
So I made a zombie Deadpool prop. I took a mask and a styrofoam head and bubble wrap to fill the insides. And I sewed the holes shut on the shrunken head and closed the opening to the top one. This is Shane Paul, who is doing the sunflowers in the space.
Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of doing a long one tonight because we molded the bear. I'm going to pull that back and read that.
How long do you think that will hold up? The zombie Deadpool. Can you probably read it again?
Yeah, can you read that to me?
I made a zombie Deadpool prop. I took a mask and a styrofoam head and bubble wrap fill the inside. So the holes shut like a shrunken head and close the head opening with hot glue. How long do you think that will hold up?
Hot glue is temperature sensitive, but it should hold up just fine. It shouldn't have an issue holding up. All the materials you used, are solid. Yes, these are prop hands. These are gloves that I make for a hunchback costume. High five. Psh. One is a hand and one is a fist.
So I meant for long-term display.
It depends on how long your long term is. But if it's in your home, then it should be fine because you have ideal conditions for displaying and storing props.
When adding whiskers to a mask, when I run the fishing line through the mask and out the other side, should I glue the line on the inside of the mask to the inside? I hope that makes sense. Stop it down and read that again. When adding whiskers to a mask, when I run the fishing line through the mask and out the other side, should I glue the line on the inside of the mask?
I assume you're using monofilament. Here is what I do with monofilament. Take a candle, like a tea candle, and have a tea candle lit. Take your piece of monofilament and hold it over top of the candle just enough to where it softens, just in one spot, and push that together. That's going to make a little ball right there. But leave yourself another inch-long tag on the back end. Push it in to the hole, and that ball stops it from going in further. And then you can heat it on the other side with a soldering iron or whatever you want, but I use a soldering iron. And that makes a ball on the other side. And then you have a ball on each side of the latex and you've locked it in place. That is what I do.
Come on outside. You guys have sleep for a while.
We're getting close.
Outside. Come on. Come on. Go do it. Go do it. Go do it. Go on.
All right, so what's happening now is a nice crack has formed all the way along both sides. Remember how close I was to the top of the head up here. That is my only, that's my only cause for concern, is how close I was to the top of this. Yeah, we're going a little later than normal, and sorry, bears are not easy. Okay, so we definitely have movement. And it seems like the front is coming off easier than the back. We're opening. I'm not taking my hand off of it in case it just falls forward. I've had one that I stepped away from and it fell right off the table. It cracked wide open. There we go. And I think we're kind of at that magical time where this clay is going to come out super easy. The pledge also helps with that. And the bear didn't have a lot of texture on it, so that's going to make it come out easy too. So this technique, you can make a sculpt and a mold of anything you want. You want a Jesus mask? You can make you a Jesus mask. You want an apostle mask? You can make an apostle mask. a good friend of mine, he does good business. He actually sells camel masks and sheep masks to churches who do Christmas pageants and plays. There we go. You can reuse the clay. It's going to have little chips of plaster in it. I normally don't reuse the clay, but you can. And here is where I was worried about. It is very thin up on top, but it's coming right out. Hooray! There we go. I didn't see him. I wouldn't mind talking to the guy, but this is just not the time or place. Scott, go ahead and block him. I don't know if you can block him or not, but if you can, just block him. I don't reuse the clay because the clay is very inexpensive, and I prefer sculpting with new clay. I used to when I was very young and very poor. I reused the clay. Once I got older and I can afford to buy new clay, I just buy new clay. I like using new clay. Can only block for 5 minutes. Okay. Let me see if I can block him. Let's see what I can do. Yeah, I think he doesn't understand a lot, and he's having some problems. We're going to hide the user on this channel, so he should not be able to post anymore. Yeah, you guys can block him personally, and you won't see what he posts. But this is a bear. What's funny is, there's been nights where I'm actually sculpting a demon, and he pops up on the night I'm making a bear and gets upset.
How did the mold do?
The mold is beautiful. The mold is very good. The head came out. It came out clean. I got it cracked apart. I'm looking at the... so what I ask everybody is, that could have been any kind of person. Don't judge all people by that person's actions. I just don't think he's not good at peopling.
What are some tips for power washing for plaster?
I wear a garbage bag, and I cut a hole out for my head, and then I cut holes out for my arms, so I'm wearing a garbage bag from my shoulders down to my knees, because it's going to get everywhere. Like, think about this muzzle shape. If you shoot water in there, it's going to whip around and shoot right back at you. So, don't expect to stay dry. Actually, lots of my videos, I have a video just on hairing a mask and adding hair to masks. So I have lots of videos on that. But it's actually, the hair on that mask is glued on, and it's glued on with clear silicone caulking. And it's not wig, it's hair weave hair. Yes, you can see puppies because now they're awake and they're rooting around and they're in everything. Bella, don't get in that. That's plaster. Yeah, you know what? I try to stop them from eating plaster, but they go at it like it's potato chips. I'm not even kidding. Somehow they still poop the next day. I want to know the secrets of their colon because they've got it down. That's what they do. Yeah, Rodney, we had fun. It was a great time earlier. Okay, so I am getting clay out of the muzzle. But here's the thing. I don't want these to be apart for too long. So I'm going to put them back together and stop for the night. Because
It's been 4 hours.
it's been 4 hours, my wife says.
And it's midnight, and I'm at 8%.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah, I make trolls all the time, just not that kind. Is that a thing? You go around and you cruise YouTube lives that, like, how did he even find the channel? I'm kind of like a niche market guy. Yeah, DM, you helped me a lot on this sculpture.
Feel like a proud uncle.
Yeah, DM gave me a lot of sculpture advice and helped, you know. Mostly their sculpture advice was, hey, that's wrong, fix it.
Do you ever style the hair, like, did you use hair gel or will you make the hair stand up like a clown, for instance?
Absolutely. Yes, I always style the hair. I use teasing combs, but I don't use hair gel because hair gel is temporary. And when I do it for a mask, I want it to be permanent. So instead of hair gel, I might use clear silicone caulking. I recently just had to do a twisted mustache, a handlebar mustache on a mask. And I used clear silicone caulk to get that effect. And I used it just like you would use hair gel. All right, Alexa, stop. Alexa, collaborate. Alexa, listen.
I'm
Ice is
listening.
back with a brand new invention. Alexa, stop. I'm going to put this mold together now so it can be together. I'm making a bear mask. This is a mask. If you wear it, you'll look like a bear. This is the mold to make a latex mask. I could show you a latex shark that I made, but I sold it. So how about a werewolf? This is a latex mask without hair. It's latex rubber. It's a Halloween mask. It goes on. I make masks for the haunted house industry most of the time. So there you go. Yeah, it's just, we're just making masks. Forrest, go on. But it is getting late, so we're going to stop for the night. So if you go back and watch earlier videos, you can see that I sculpted the bear mask live. And there we go. When you close your mold, you want to make sure you can't see any light through it, because that's going to tell you the mold won't leak. And I don't want the mold to leak. Okay. It will work on your mustache, but it'll stay that way for a long time. Yes, clear silicone caulking just like at Lowe's. When's the next TV show? We'll probably be live tomorrow night. William, if you play courteously, I would not mind having you. And feel free to send me a message if you want to talk about something, because a private conversation sometimes is a better venue for these kind of things. Yes. All right, there you go. Yeah, it's a bear. Happening Mojo, good call. All right, everybody, good night. Wife, say good night.
Good night.
And I always end with, Go make stuff. Thank you guys for hanging out and watching with us. Go make stuff.